Okay, I think we're ready.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. I have sent all counsel, Mr. Yorkis and Mr. Myers, information on how to participate by Zoom. This is the first day of evidentiary hearings for the Medway Grid LLC, EFSB 22-02, D.P.U 22-18/22-19. My name is Robert Shea. I am the presiding officer in this proceeding, and I am conducting today's first day of evidentiary hearings. As part of the bench today, there are other members of the Citing Board staff. Andrew Green, Director of the Citing Board, Joan Foster Evans, General Counsel to the Citing Board, Wayne Wong, the Assistant Director of the Citing Board. And please note that this hearing is being recorded by our stenographer, and video recordings will be posted to the Citing Board's YouTube channel for viewing. Let me explain the guidelines to use in speaking at this evidentiary hearing. There is a court reporter participating remotely who will transcribe everything said during the hearing. As we are all relying on internet or telephone connections to participate, we could experience some technical problems such as sound from speakers, including background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Therefore, we request that everybody please speak slowly and clearly. Please allow the previous speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking. And please pay attention to the video of the person speaking and to my video. I will raise my hand as a sign on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. May I have appearances of counsel on the record, please?
Yes, on behalf of Medway Grid LLC, Andrew Kaplan and Paul Connolly from Pierce Atwood, 100 Summer Street, Boston, Mass. 02110.
Thank you. For Eversource.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mike Kaler from the law firm of Keegan Moreland, 99 High Street, Boston, Mass. Here on behalf of Eversource.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler. I'll say for the record, Mr. Bernstein, who represents the town of Medway, has communicated with me and told me that he will be here. He will not participate in today's hearing or tomorrow's. He will be here on Monday for the cross-examination of the town witnesses. And then can I have Mr. Yorkis's appearance on behalf of the pro se intervener, Medway enumerated parties? Mr. Yorkis, you're muted.
I apologize. Paul Yorkis, 7 Independence Lane in Medway, Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you. Now, Medway enumerated parties filed a motion to admit 3 exhibits into the record of this proceeding. These 3 exhibits are a map entitled Climate Smart Cities, Boston Metro Mayor's Region. The second is the minutes of a Planning and Zoning Commission in Texas dated December 11th, 2019. And the third is the Silver Star Grid Energy Storage Exemption Checklist. The lead agency in that document is identified as the County of Ventura Department of Airports. The company and Medway enumerated parties have been in discussion regarding these exhibits. And I got an email this morning saying that that there's been a resolution of, there was no formal objection to this motion, but that there has been a resolution. I'll ask Mr. Kaplan to tell me the terms of the resolution on the record, and then I'll ask Mr. Yorkis to confirm.
So Dr. Yorkis and I did have a conversation last night, and we've agreed that the Medway enumerated parties would withdraw the Climate Smart Cities map. That issue is addressed in MEP-26 supplemental response, which was filed with the EFSB on February 2nd of 2023. If the Medway enumerated parties have further questions on the issue, Dr. Yorkis will ask those questions during his cross-examination of the witnesses. During that conversation, the company also agreed to withdraw its objection and to admit the minutes of the Texas Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, which is dated December 11th, 2019. Although the company does not believe that the minutes of the meeting are relevant in the instant proceeding, the company has no objection to admitting the document and asking the EFSB to give it due weight in its decision-making process. And Dr. Yorkis may ask questions of the witnesses pertaining to that document. The third document, the company will withdraw its objection to admit the exemption checklist, which was drafted by the County of Ventura Department of Airports. Dr. Yorkis explained to me last night that the purpose of including this document in the record in this proceeding was to inform the EFSB that the Ventura County Department of Airports did an excellent job in evaluating the environmental impacts of an 11 megawatt battery energy storage system that was located on a parcel that's 3.32 acres. So although the company believes that that document is not relevant in this proceeding, the company would respectfully request that if the document is admitted and we don't have any objection to that, that the EFSB give it due weight in its decision-making process. And I should point out that Dr. Yorkis, and with respect to the document for the Texas Planning and Zoning Commission, we both found it humorous that the planning board approved what was being asked in the zoning in a total of 18 minutes. And we both decided that we've never seen that happen before ever, where a planning board can actually act in 18 minutes.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Dr. Yorkis, do you have anything to add?
I think that accurately reflects our discussions yesterday. And as a former planning board member, I would reiterate, I've never participated in a decision that lasted only 18 minutes.
Oh, good. All right, thank you. I note that the company has provided a draft exhibit list. These exhibits, so I should, with respect to the documents, and so with respect to the motion, so any objection to these documents has been withdrawn, or it's been settled along the lines addressed by Mr. Kaplan. I just want to inform everyone, I think most of you know, just because a document is used in cross-examination, it doesn't mean that, it doesn't say anything about the weight that the citing board will give it. The citing board gives each document its due weight, and some documents are considered more relevant and more illuminate. They illuminate the issues better than others. So it's not an endorsement as to relevance, which really would be the case in a civil trial. So just so you understand that, the company provided a draft exhibit list, which I appreciate. Thank you. The exhibits are marked for identification purposes only. At the end of the hearings, I will entertain a motion to move the exhibits that are marked into the evidentiary record of this matter, and that will provide an opportunity for any objections at that time. Are there any matters that any parties would like to raise today before we begin with the questioning of the company's witnesses?
I do have one question. I received a document yesterday from you, which I think is an important document. It's about a little over 200 pages. I have not had a sufficient amount of time to review that, and I didn't know if it would be possible for us to discuss that on Monday.
You can read the document if you want. You can ask questions if you want. I wanted to include that document because it has a good overview. Not that it has really specific information that's particularly relevant to this case, but it has an overview of the whole storage system and where that lies in the Commonwealth's climate change plans. And so it would be useful to cite in the decision. But if you have any questions about that document, you can certainly ask.
On Monday?
On Monday, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Are the company's witnesses who will testify today present and ready to be sworn?
Yes, the company has 8 witnesses to present. 7 of those witnesses are with us in our office. One witness for EMF questions is Dr. Benjamin Kotz. He's on Zoom. He's only available for cross-examination today, and the witnesses are ready to be sworn.
Okay, so I'll ask all the witnesses to raise their right hands. Do you testify, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Let the record reflect that all the witnesses produced by the company today have been sworn. I'm going to ask Mr. Kaplan to identify your witnesses just for the record, so we can put them, they'll be on the official transcript.
Yes, so
identify
the
the names
witnesses,
and- So names and their titles.
Uh-oh. I can give you their names. When I do direct, they can give you their titles. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, so the witnesses in the office with Mr. Connolly and me are Mark Bergeron, Justin Adams, Jason Yitnak, Paul Rogers, Sam Lyons, AJ Jablanowski, Ryan Callahan, and the witness that is on Zoom is Dr. Ben Kotz.
Okay, and Mel Samaru is also with you, is that correct?
Correct. She is not testifying on behalf of the company, however.
Oh, who's Ms. Samaru going to testify on behalf of?
She's not going to testify. She's just, she's an employee of Medway Grid, and she's just helping us organize all of our files here.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. Okay. I have provided a hearing schedule to the parties. We will begin today with questions from the EFSB staff to the company's witnesses. The topics will be project overview, project approach, site selection, and project environmental impacts. Let me just say, Dr. Kotz, is it Dr. Kotz or Mr. Kotz?
I'll respond to either, but technically it's doctor.
Oh, very good. Okay. You are the witness on electromagnetic fields, correct?
That's correct.
And you are only available today.
That's that's correct. I can probably be made available other times, but the specifics weren't clear at the time, so to be
I'd like to go
determined.
off the record for just a second, and I'll ask my colleague, Mr. Wong, do you think, would you be able to examine Dr. Kotz today on EMF issues?
Yes, I don't have a lot of questions for EMF, so I believe I can do it today.
Okay, since Dr. Kotz is available only today, let's go back on the record. Dr. Kotz is available only today to be examined on EMF issues, and therefore, Mr. Wong, I would ask you to proceed on those issues if you're ready, if you have a moment.
Mr. Shea, I think, yeah, I think the company has to do
Oh,
something.
excuse me, I'm sorry. The company has to do the direct examination, excuse me. Yes, Mr. Kaplan, you want to do your direct examination, excuse me.
Sure. My only two jobs today is that and the camera, so don't take that away from me. For the first witness is Mark Bergeron. I will try to zoom in here. Ms. Bergeron, please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record.
My name is Mark Bergeron. I'm a principal scientist and permit specialist employed by Epsilon Associates at 3 Mill and Main Street, Suite 250, Maynard, Massachusetts, 01754.
Was your pre-filed testimony and the related documents prepared by you or under your direct control or supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any changes to any of those documents that have been prepared by you or under your direct control or supervision?
No, I do not.
Mr. Adams, please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record.
Yes, my name is Justin Adams. The business address is 988 Howard Avenue, Suite 200 in Burlingame, California. And my title is VP of Permitting.
Was your pre-filed testimony and the related documents prepared by you or under your direct supervision or control?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes to any of the documents that were prepared by you or under your direct
I have,
control or supervision?
I have one change, and that's to our response to EFSB Z24. And the question was whether the Medway zoning ordinance had changed since the filing of our petition. And in my response for under B in the question, I stated that the temporary moratorium was added after filing of our petition, when in fact that moratorium was prior to our petition. It was filed in November of 21, and we had filed our petition in February of 22. So I would remove that from the response.
Thank you. Mr. Yedinak, please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record.
Jason Yedinak, Senior Vice President of Investments, 988 Howard Ave, Suite 200, Burlingame, California, 94010.
Was your pre-filed testimony and any of the related documents with your name on them prepared by you or under your direct control or supervision? Do
Yes.
you have any changes to any of those documents that were prepared by you or under your direct control or supervision?
No.
Lieutenant Rogers, please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record.
Yes. My name is Paul Rogers. I am the co-founder of Energy Safety Response Group. My business address is 36 Plymouth Drive South, Glen Head, New York. And I'm here testifying on behalf of the project and fire safety.
Do you have any changes to any of the documents?
Forgive me, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're here testifying on behalf of the project. What?
For fire safety.
Thank you.
And Lieutenant Rogers, do you have any changes to any of the documents that have been prepared by you or under your direct control or supervision?
I do not.
Mr. Lyons, please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record.
Sam Lyons. I'm the Senior Vice President for Eastern Markets, and my business address is 988 Howard Avenue, Suite 200, Burlingame, California.
Was your pre-filed testimony or any of the related documents that were prepared under your name, were they prepared by you or under your direct control or supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any changes to those documents?
No, I do not.
Mr. Jablanowski, can you please state your name, your title, and business address for the record?
My name is AJ Jablanowski. I am a principal at Epsilon Associates. Our business address is 3 Mill and Main Place, Suite 250, Maynard, Massachusetts, 01754.
Can you tell me if your pre-filed testimony and the documents that were prepared by you with your name on them, were they prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any changes to those documents?
No, I do not.
Mr. Ryan, I'm sorry, Mr. Callahan. Please state your name, your title, and business address for the record.
Ryan Callahan. I'm a senior consultant with Epsilon Associates. My business address is 3 Mill and Main Place in Maynard, Massachusetts, Suite 250.
Can you tell me if your pre-filed testimony and the related documents that have your name on them were prepared by you or under your direct supervision or control?
Yes, they were.
Can you tell me if the acoustic sound assessment was prepared by you?
Yes, it was.
Did you submit an updated acoustic sound system? Did you submit an updated acoustic sound assessment to the EFSB yesterday?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason why you had to update the original assessment that had been submitted as part of the record in Exhibit MG6?
We obtained new information from Tesla, the manufacturer, that required us to update the sound study.
In turning to the red line version of the sound study, which is the only differences between the original that you filed with MG in Exhibit MG-6 and what was filed yesterday, I believe the first set of changes is in Table 6-3. which says daytime compliance evaluation base case. Are you there?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me what that table is showing?
So that is a table that shows the unmitigated daytime sound levels of the proposed project.
So it's unmitigated?
The results in this table are the unmitigated results.
Okay, it looks like table 6.4 is the next red line document. Can you tell me what that, if that's entitled nighttime compliance evaluation base case?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me what is the numbers there represent?
So those are the nighttime unmitigated sound levels from the project.
I believe the next changes are in table 6-5, which is entitled daytime compliance evaluation mitigated case. Can you tell me what that shows?
Yes, this table shows the mitigated sound levels from the project.
And once mitigated, does it state that the sound and noise meets the Mass DEP limits?
Yes, it does.
It looks like the next page, table 6.6 is also nighttime compliance evaluation for the mitigated case. Does that also show that the project meets the Mass DEP limits for noise?
Yes, it does.
The next changes, red line changes, are on table 6-7, entitled daytime pure tone evaluations of the Mass DEP noise policy. Can you tell us what that is representative of?
Yes, this is an evaluation of the daytime mitigated sound levels of the facility, showing that it complies with the Mass DEP noise policy.
And table 6.8, entitled nighttime pure tone evaluation of the Mass DEP noise policy. Can you tell me what that represents?
Yes, this is a table of mitigated nighttime sound level results from the project that demonstrate that it will meet the Mass DEP.
I'm sorry, that demonstrate what?
That demonstrates that it will meet the Mass DEP pure tone criteria of the noise policy.
Next red line section is in section 7.0, entitled mitigation measures. 7.1, Tesla Megapack fan throttling. Can you tell me?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Andy, Tesla Megapack what?
Fan, F-A-N, throttling.
Thank you.
Can you tell me what section 7.1 represents?
Yes, this section describes the proposed mitigated fan throttling speeds that will be used for both daytime and nighttime to mitigate sound levels from the project.
Do you have any other changes to any of the documents that were prepared by you or under your direct supervision or control?
No, I do not.
Dr. Kotz. Please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record.
My name is Benjamin Kotz. I am a principal engineer with Exponent. My business address is 17,000 Science Drive, Bowie, Maryland. That's BOWIE 20715.
Was your pre-filed testimony or any of the related documents on EMF prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes to any of those documents?
I do not have any changes to the documents I prepared.
Thank you. Those are the 8 witnesses for the company, and they are ready for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. So as I mentioned before, since Mr. Kotz or Dr. Kotz is available only today, it might be best to get his cross-examination to start it today and see if we can get it out of the way. Mr. Wang, You probably didn't intend to start with EMF, but is it possible for you to start with the EMF cross-examination?
I think so. Okay.
If you want, I can start with I've got an air question on for a while. Okay.
Mr. Shea, I had actually some questions with regards to project overview and project approach and site selection before going into project environmental impacts, but I can start with a magnetic field question and then go back to those if we're going with the order that we had for the hearing today, if that's okay.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
No problem. Mr. Cox, so I'm looking at the company's response to EFSB-MF-1, where you provided the isopleth maps that we requested. Let me know when you're there, and we can briefly walk through what I'm looking at.
Yes, I'm there now.
Thank you. So
MF1.
this question is just to orient myself. So is the nearest residence the building north of the site that's closer to the utility right of way?
You're talking about the building that is closest to the project boundary?
Yes.
I'd have to look at a map to say exactly which one is closest. I think most of the residences across 109 are approximately the same distance away, but the one you're looking at closest to the right of way is probably near that spot.
Okay.
I was going to say there may be a better map to look at if we're looking at that. It's just the it shows the
Mr. Wang,
parcels and so forth.
Excuse me, Mr. Wang, if I could, this is Mark Bergeron. I can provide some clarification on that topic. The closest residence to the facility is 52 Milford Street. And if you look on map, I believe it's figure 3-1 in our SCIR document, which is exhibit MG6. That will provide you with all of the adjacent residences and distances from the property line, as well as from the existing equipment. Perhaps that will provide some clarification.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to get to that figure. You said 3-1, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. Give me a moment. I'm getting to that.
Oh, would you like us to put the map up sharing the screen?
That would be helpful. Let me.
Okay, so you have
see if I
to,
can
you have to
give you
let us do that.
Yep. Okay, so Ms. Samaru, I think you should be able to share your screen now. Okay. Thank you.
If you look at this map, Mr. Wang, you will see that the table provided in the bottom right-hand corner provides distances from the parcel boundary as well as the individual residents from various components of the project, including the transmission line, the property line itself of the project, the limit of the equipment itself, the battery storage equipment, and from the project substation. So what you'll see is the residence at 52 Milford Street is the closest residence to the equipment itself at 143 feet.
So since we're at this map, I'm wondering if you could just point me towards that residence right now.
I can.
That's-
It's
Okay.
that residence to the north of the site across Route 109.
Got it.
Number 52.
Got it. So that's the closest residence to the site. And if we go back to the isopleth map, Mr. Kotz, just so I can confirm, that's the residence. If you could zoom in
Sorry.
a little bit, Ms. Samara.
As we're viewing, just so that the record is clear, the written record, which is hard when you're looking at maps, just make sure that we identify exactly the exhibit we're looking at as we go through, so that we can refer to that when we read the transcript. If you could, please, Mr. White.
Thank you, Ms. Foster Evans. We're looking at figure MF-1-1, which is an attachment to EFSB-MF-1, and it shows an isopleth map showing potential magnetic fields from the project to the surroundings. So if, Ms. Samara, if you could zoom in north of the project. I just wanted to get my bearings and see where exactly 50 Milford Street is. Got it. So it's included in the yellow boundary that shows a possible 0.2 milligauss increase. Thank you. I think I'm okay for now with this. I have to go back and later and see if I have more questions, but probably not. Mr. Shea, could I move on to my other questions?
Yes, please do.
Yeah. Thank you. So as I said earlier, I have some general project overview questions, and my questions are directed at the whole panel. I know that the witnesses probably have questions that they're responsible for, but if anyone has an answer to my questions, feel free to answer them. So I'm going to start off with the company's response to the EFSB question of EFSB-G-25. I would like, just for the record, if the witnesses could spell out why fewer transformers improve system efficiencies.
Yeah, Jason Yednak. So there's each transformer has a number of losses associated with it. And generally, the more transformers you have, the more losses you're gonna have. These are typical no load losses. So there's I squared R losses, which are based upon your current in order to be consistent. So if you look at two transformers and the total same amount of current versus if you divide the current in half, you're still going to have the same amount of losses, but it's really the other loss factors that cause two transformers to be less efficient than a single transformer, again, of the same net rating.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move on to another question, which is just to clarify, the company's response to EFSB-G-16, it states that the total capacity, sorry, let me get there so I can be clearer on my question. And also let me know when you get to the response. It's EFSB-G-16.
Yep, we're there.
Yep. So in the second sentence of the response, the company states that the overall project would not exceed 250 megawatts for the operational life of the project. I just want a quick clarification on what that means, or put it this way, does this mean that company is saying that the total capacity installed at any one time would not be more than 250 megawatts at the facility.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, who was that?
That's Justin Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, the company's response to EFSB-G-14 and MWY-4. I'll give you some time to get to there, but the gist of it is that the company states that project design plans were 30% complete in EFSB-G-14, but that the design of the complete design, would occur in the second quarter of 2023. I believe that's what the company testified in MWY-4. My question is this still the company's expectation?
This is Justin Adams speaking, and yes, that is still the company's expectation.
Thank you. So here's a follow-up. Between the 30% complete design that we have right now and a final design, what additional information might one expect from between them?
Sorry, what might one expect? What? Between them?
Between them, yeah.
Thank you.
This is Justin Adams speaking again. So the main difference that would occur between what we've submitted to date and the final engineered drawings, there would be electrical drawings, which would cover primarily the underground conduit and connections between the different BESS equipment. And there would be additional structural drawings that would depict the foundational elements of the project and the retaining walls. Those would be the very, the greater difference between the drawings we have now and the drawings in the future.
And if I could, this is Mark Bergeron. I'd like to add that the 30% drawings that have been submitted with the petition and then subsequently with exhibit MG6, which is the SEIR, are sufficient for permit level drawings. These drawings show all of these proposed civil engineering work, the limits of work, the project envelope. So they are sufficient to be able to obtain all of the permits that we need for this project and to analyze environmental impacts that will result from the project.
Thank you. I understand. I had an additional question off of that, which is in the company's response to EFSB-HW-5 and EFSB-A-5, where the company talks about, where we asked the company about gas insulated switchgear and specifications for transformers. My question is, would the completed designs also finalize specifications for these equipment?
This is Jason Yednak speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, at that point in time, we would have final specifications and have selected a vendor for that.
Thank you. So before then, is the company still not able to make any informed estimate on values such as the amount of SF6 that might go into a gas insulated switchgear?
Are you still referring to HW5 or?
Yeah, just in general, the question probably pertains mostly to EFSB-A-5, which asks about the switch.
A is an atom. Sorry.
Yeah. I'd refer to two different responses.
Well, this is Jason Yednak. In our response, we're testing two compliance of that with regards to
I'm sorry, Mr. Yednak, I'm having difficulty hearing you. In our response, we're what?
Our response, we are attesting to the annual leakage rate. And again, because we do not have the final specifications, we cannot provide the exact quantities of SF6 in those breakers.
Thank you. I guess my question to that is, based off of the company's experience with projects that might be of a similar size, would you say that the amount of SF6 that might be used could differ even for a project of a similar size?
Yes, it could. It depends on the final design, how many circuits there are, will determine how many breakers we have for the facility.
Thank you. Thank you. Just so I can completely understand. So even if the company were to provide like a ballpark figure based off of its previous experience with similar sized projects, that value might not be necessarily helpful because it might not be in the same ballpark.
I think a ballpark figure could be provided.
I think that would be helpful for our purposes, just to be able to grapple with the amount. I understand that the leakage rate is required to be low and such, but I think we would appreciate the ballpark figure if you could. I don't know if you can do that now or if you'd like to answer that in a record request.
Can you do that in a record request, please?
Thank you.
Okay, so that'll be the first record request, be record request RR-EFSB-1. And Mr. Wong, would you state exactly the information you want?
Thank you. I would like a rough estimate of the amount of possible SF6, so sulfur hexafluoride, that could be used in a comparable sized facility as the one proposed in this project.
Okay, you understand the question?
And in our response, I think we would provide a range of values as opposed to one single number.
That would make sense. Thank you.
Okay, but I need to, just to keep the record clear, I just need to hear you. Did you understand the question?
We did, thank you.
We do, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. In the company's response to EFSB-G-13, I'll just give a summation while you get to there. The company states that it expects to sign an interconnection agreement by mid-February.
Yes, that's correct.
Is this still the company's expectation?
Sorry, this is Justin Adams. That is still the company's expectation.
Thank you. And would the company file this with the EFSB when it's available? As not for us to review, but as a record, to help the record.
We can certainly do that.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, I don't know if it'll help matters in the future. Do you think it would be helpful to state now how that would come in? Like, would it come in as a supplemental response, or would it come in as a record request? Do you have a preference as to what we should do, or should we just let it come in and we can decide then?
So the company will file with will file an interconnection agreement by mid-February, And would that be responsible to, I'm sorry, would that be responsive, excuse me, to one of the information requests?
It looks like it would be responsive to EFSB G-13, where you've asked if the company signed an interconnection agreement. We can then do a supplemental that says, yes, we have, and attached it is.
Yes, that would be, I think that would be best. If it's responsive to an information request, then it could just be attached. It could just be submitted as EFSB-G-13 paren 1.
Thank you. We'll do that.
Thank you. I understand that that internet connection agreement would probably be coming pretty soon, given where we're at in February right now. But just since I have you here, could the witnesses give a brief summation of what an interconnection agreement would contain, if you can't speak to specifics for this particular agreement?
This is Sam Lyons speaking. I can speak to that. The interconnection provides for the construction of facilities at Eversource's substation needed to interconnect the project to the grid, as well as any potential network upgrades required outside of the specific point of interconnection. That agreement provides for the long-term provision of interconnection service to the project as well, and handles a variety of issues such as the milestone schedules that both Eversource and the project have agreed to meet to achieve a certain date for the commercial operation of the project. Provides for ongoing facilities charges, and a variety of other items, and would contain some of the initial engineering for the interconnection facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. Would the interconnection agreement also describe appropriate property interests in order to connect the project with the Medway substation?
The responsibility for the project to get to the substation is really the responsibility of the company. It does provide for milestones to achieve all property interests needed to get from the project to the substation, which the company is pursuing separately through an easement or other similar type of contract with Eversource to go across their land to get to the substation.
Thank you. I asked that in reference to EFSB-SS-6. I'll give you a moment to get to that response. And I think you will
defer.
Yeah.
My
Thank
question
you.
to Justin.
Yeah.
On this.
Yeah, and I think in that response, the company also refers to EFSB-G-3. Mr. Adams, if you want that in front of you as well.
Yeah. So what is the question?
So the question is, in the EFSB-SS-6 response, the company states that the property interest to go over Eversource's land hasn't been negotiated yet. I think what I'm asking for is an update as to that progress, if you have any to provide.
Yeah, so as recently as of this week, we've submitted a draft figure for these different property interests. That's on an A2 survey. It was provided to Eversource's real estate department. And then they will route it internally for their own reviews to provide comment and or bring us to the next stage, which would be pending an agreement between the two companies for the long-term interests.
Thank you. And for, just so the record is clear, when you say A2, you're referring to the agriculture to land use designation?
No, I'm sorry. I used a term for survey, a level of survey. An A2 survey would be a type of survey which shows the different, it's survey level drawing. So they surveyors went out to the site and actually took, did their work there and then created a figure which will eventually be the figure that is used for these agreements once it's finalized.
Appreciate that. And from what I understood from Mr. Lyons' testimony right now, the timeline for obtaining these interests could most probably would be spelled out in the interconnection agreement. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the interest would be shown in the agreement, but the agreements would not be in place.
Understood.
Once the interconnection agreement is signed.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move on to a different question. I'm looking at EFSB-Z-4. I'll give you a moment to get to that response.
This is Sam Lyons speaking. I will likely be able to answer this question, and I'm there.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. So my question is just that in the response, the company states that there is no contract or agreement that the company has to execute with ISO New England for the forward capacity auction. So just for the record, could you state how ISO New England enforces the price lock under a capacity obligation in this case?
So the project is registered as a market participant in ISO New England under a lead market participant under the company's control. That lead market participant participates in forward capacity auctions. And when the project clears an auction, as it did in FCA 15, it receives a capacity supply obligation, which is a requirement to be online with the potential to provide energy to the system by a certain date. This obligation is secured by financial assurance that the company places with ISO New England, with a variety of consequences for non-compliance with that obligation that are governed by the tariff. So while there is no contract that is signed, by virtue of having cleared the auction, the company has agreed to a set of responsibilities that are detailed in the tariff.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. You had mentioned a phrase, lead market participant, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so every project, sorry, I'll let you ask the question. Yeah.
Is that a special status as compared to a non-lead market participant, just for my understanding?
Yes, the way that our market participation is structured, market participants generally have to show a certain level of financial strength. The lead market participant in this case is Astral Infrastructure Holdings, LLC, which is a fully controlled entity under Eolian LP, and is also the parent company to Medway Grid, LLC. So while the responsibility to provide power rests solely with the Medway Grid project, technically the lead market participant at ISO New England is Astral Infrastructure Holdings, LLC. And that's the company that's providing financial assurance for the project as well.
Thank you. I guess to just so I can understand further, you had also stated, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that as a lead market participant, you control the dispatch of energy, or did I mishear that?
Yes, I mean, the company, the project's dispatch in the markets when it becomes operational will be based upon the bids that we provide into the energy market on either a day ahead or real-time basis, or provide into the ancillary services market. Actual dispatch of the system is controlled by ISO New England based upon economic merit order, which is based upon the bids that they receive from participants. So ISO New England controls the dispatch of the project, but subject to the bids that we provide in the market.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So I'm just going to restate that, and then you can let me know if what I'm understanding is correct. So a project, any project, not just your project, would bid into for example, the forward capacity auction in order to participate. And once they've successfully bid, they become dispatchable by ISO New England because it's part of their toolbox. Then is that layman?
I would clarify that the participation in the capacity market is separate from participation in the energy and ancillary services markets. Opting to become a capacity resource is an optional path for any given project. It is obviously a revenue source for any project, so the participation in the forward capacity auctions, which is a 3-year forward auction, provides a payment to resources that clear in those auctions simply to be available to discharge their energy, but also provides them the obligation to do so when called upon in capacity scarcity events. But that is separate from, it also requires projects that have a capacity supply obligation to at least bid in the day ahead markets. But projects wishing to participate in energy and ancillary services markets do not necessarily need to clear in the capacity market in New England. And those are two different levels of interconnection that any given project has the option to study separately.
Thank you, Mr.
So we have chosen to become a capacity resource in the system, which means we will be compensated for our participation in the capacity market, as well as we will be participating in the energy and ancillary services market separately from that.
Thank you. So I think I have to sort of regroup on that later.
Mr. Wong, if I could just jump in to ask a follow-up.
Yep.
In looking at exhibit MEP 42, I'll give you a moment. This response
the enumerated parties. Yes. Sorry, is that, and you said that's 22?
42, MEP 42.
Yep. Okay, I'm there.
Good. This question and the response deals with the interplay between the company and ISO in the energy market and perhaps other markets as well. And I just want to clarify whether this response means that ISO is not only dispatching Medway grid in the energy market in response to your bid, but is also determining when and to what degree the facility is being charged off of the grid. Is that true?
We will also be submitting bids that reflect our charging energy, and they will they will also dispatch us for charging based upon our bids. Yes, that's correct.
So the control of when and to what degree the facility will be recharged from energy off the grid is not subject to your control. It really is a function of the bid that ISO then essentially executes for recharging purposes.
It is under our control insofar as we can control the limits of how much we are going to charge at any given time based upon our bids that we submit. So we can submit a bid that provides for a potential maximum charging rate at any given 5-minute interval. So while we do not directly control it, we do control the potential limits of it through our bidding behavior, or through the bids that we submit.
And does that arrangement provide the company with a good deal of flexibility in terms of taking advantage of times when energy is plentiful and low priced, and essentially charging the batteries for dispatch later when there may be a higher price to obtain in the market?
Yes. You're asking if it provides us with the flexibility needed to be able to charge when we want to, and I would say yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green, and thank you, Mr. Lyons. Like I said, I might come back to that later, but I think I'm going to move on to another subject, but also on permitting. Just could I refer the company to their response to EFSB-LU-13, please? And whoever wants to answer that, let me know when you're there.
Yeah, we're here.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, who said that?
This is Justin Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. So I just wanted to ask, the company states in its response that the landscaping plan provided in its SEIR is preliminary and that it's subject to modification after review by a licensed landscape architect. Just for the record, I'd like to know when in the permitting or construction process does such a review take place?
So this would go back to our, and I could probably qualify my answer from earlier that this would be part of our final engineered plans. So we would expect to have this work done later this year. And my expectation is that between the draft that we've submitted and the final, it would not differ substantially.
Thank you. Okay. So on the separate but similar topic, could I refer the company now to its response to EFSB-CM-12? And I think this information is mirrored in the company's SEIR. But hold on. So in the and also to the secretary's certificate on the SEIR.
I'm sorry, and also to the what?
The secretary's certificate for the SEIR. So while you're getting there, I'll just say that according to the certificate, the town's peer review consultant stated that a retaining wall at the site, or rather recommended a coordination with the town of Medway's building department. And in response to EFSB-CM-12, the company stated that it had not yet consulted with the department. So my first question is, does the company's response mean that the company intends to consult with the department?
The company has every intention to work closely with the Medway Building Department in finalizing the plans and when we eventually submit for our permit, for our building permit.
Thank you. And so similar to the last set of questions, does the company have an anticipated time frame for such a consultation?
So we've provided a schedule for the project where we expect to submit.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, we expect to submit. Oh, go ahead.
Is it the Gantt chart? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, it's the Gantt chart. G1 S1 is the updated version.
Okay.
Yeah, we in this Gantt chart, we indicate that July would be the time frame when we submit for a building permit. However, a consultation with the building department would likely occur maybe months before that.
Thank you. Give me one moment. July of this year, 2023.
Yeah.
Got it. I see it. Thank you.
I would also qualify the response with as part of our HCA that was signed with the town that was provided as EFSBG-26. We do commit to the town to also have a construction management plan as part of the building permit for the project. And that would be done in close consultation with the building department, the fire department, and the police department.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. And both of those, both the work with the building department and coming up with a construction management plan would come under the construction permitting activity.
Yes.
And the Gantt chart. Thank you. Okay. So moving on to the company's response to EFSB-Z-22. I'll let you get to there, but really quickly, to summarize that, the company provided a response from Eversource on this the current status then of design plans for work at the Medway substation by Eversource. I understand that that response came from consulting with Eversource, but so my first question is, can any of the witnesses speak to the current status of the plans? And if not, is the company aware of any changes to the status as reported in EFSB-Z-22?
This is Sam Lyons. I can speak to that. Eversource is currently finalizing their engineering and the related schedule and procurement plan associated with that for some of the details of how the project's generation tie line specifically connects to the West Medway substation. So that work is being finalized as we speak. And once the milestone schedule and procurement plan related to that is finalized, that is one of the final inputs to the interconnection agreement that will allow that to be signed. But that work is ongoing and we expect it to be completed in the very near future.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. That reads to me similar to what you had provided in December 2022. I guess it states that Eversource is in the process of finalizing its engineering of interconnection facilities. Let's see. I guess, so I understand, any additional response, any additional information would be that your expectation is that those plans could be close to final come the interconnection agreement being finalized too. Is that correct?
Yes, and in fact, completing those plans and the related schedule is the key ingredient to getting the interconnection agreement finalized. And it is just taken Eversource some time to be able to do the correct field work and run everything through their engineering teams to confirm all their plans and the related equipment that they need. So that's why the response is similar to December. It's just taken them some time to run it through their teams to make sure that it is 100% clear on their end.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, that's all I have for general project questions. I don't know if you had any questions to add based off of what I've asked, or Mr. Green or Ms. Foster Evans, if you have anything. Otherwise, I would move on to another topic.
I don't have any questions based on what you've done so far.
I'm all set right now also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I just have one question with regard to site selection, which comes under project, well, site selection, sorry. Could I refer the company to its response to EFSB-SS-1? And let me know when you're ready, as always.
I'm the witness for this question, and I'm there.
Thank you, Mr.
Sam
Lyons. Thank you. Okay, so this is a I wanted to clarify that from the company's response, in which you describe your rationale for choosing the West Medway substation as your interconnection point. When you state that you focused on 345 kilovolt substations, my question is, did the company look at 345 kilovolt substation over the entire New England grid, or was that particular to a particular sub area or locality?
At the time, we were focused specifically on Massachusetts, given some of the goals that the state had with respect to the development and installation of energy storage. And we were in particular focused on siting within some of the load centers closer to Boston, given the increased need for projects within those zones.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. Okay. Could I ask really quickly, Mr. Shea, what's the break schedule for today, so I can know how to get my questions
Okay,
grouped together.
Sure, organize your questions. We often take a break about an hour and a half into the matter, so it's now 11:19. We could take a break now if this is a natural breaking point for you.
It could be. I also wanted to ask, because I think we wanted to build in some time for Dr. Yorkis to ask related questions. I was wondering if Dr. Yorkis had any, well, I'm not going to directly ask. I guess this is a question from my colleagues. Is this a good break for to let Dr. Yorkis ask his related questions, or should I go further down before we move to intervener questions?
Well, let me ask Dr. Yorkis. So you're thinking that this would be a break where Dr. Yorkis could ask his questions, especially considering that Dr. Kotz will be available only today.
Correct.
Yeah, Dr. Yorkis, do you have questions on EMF that you want to ask? Is that you're muted right now? Yeah.
Thank you. I do have questions related to EMF, and I do have questions related to sound.
Okay. Do you know roughly how long they would be? How long you take?
I've got a lot of questions.
I'm sorry, you have a lot of questions.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Shea, if I could, so we haven't asked questions on sound and noise as of yet. So I was wondering, Dr. Yorkis, since we have Dr. Kotz's constraints for today, if you'd be able to ask the EMF questions first and then hold the other questions till later.
That would be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we take a break now? Because we would normally take a break at 11:30.
I think that sounds like it's reasonable, given that Dr. Yorkis says he has not a few questions.
Okay, why don't we take a break now and a 10-minute break? So I've got 11:22. I'll see you back here at 11:32. Thank you. Okay, is everyone set to resume? Is everyone set to resume? Is there anyone? Yes. Okay, so Mr. Yorkis, as we discussed, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Yorkis, as we discussed earlier, Dr. Kotz is available only today. And Mr. Wong from the Siting Board has completed his cross-examination of Dr. Kotz. So in order to do things more efficiently, would ask you to ask your questions regarding EMF at this time.
Thank you very much. First of all, this is the first time I've participated in an energy facility siting board hearing, and I just wanted to extend my thanks to you and everyone else involved in this process for the courtesies that have been extended to me. It is a learning process, and I really, truly appreciate the opportunity. I also want to share with folks, just so there's no question in anybody's mind, that I'm very familiar with the goal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in terms of energy conservation, energy efficiency, and I happen to be very supportive of them. So this is not, I am not a NIMBY. This is truly a serious issue, and I hope my questions will be phrased correctly without opinions, I have learned. My first question for Dr. Kotz is, have you or anyone associated with Medway Grid shared the results of your study with property owners?
I have not shared the results directly with property owners. I would defer to Medway Grid if any of those have been shared outside of the report that's been submitted.
The SEIR had the results of his study contained within it. And that is available to the public, both online and then also hard copies were provided within the town of Medway.
Okay, so because I know the study's recent and it will be posted on the website that Medway Grid has established. Is that correct?
You're referring to the ISOPLEF study that was just recently completed, or the actual study that was done in August of 2022?
The one that is dated February 2nd of 2023. Right, Dr.
Yeah, so that would be available on the EFSB website right now, and our website provides links to the EFSB website, which would direct the people to that study.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you're prepared to answer this question, but if you could explain what the impacts, if any, are of EMFs on people?
Sure, I can certainly generally discuss that. There are two
Excuse me, Dr.
scientific.
Kotz. I just was wondering if Dr. Yorkis can just narrow that down a little bit. When you say the effect of EMS on people, do you mean from this project, or where are you going?
Thank you. And I'm sorry my question was not precise enough.
No, not at all.
What I would ask you to do is to explain in general what the impacts of EMFs are on people, and specifically based upon the figure MF1-1, what the impacts could be, not are, what could be on the people in those particular rings.
I'm sorry, in those particular what?
Rings, RINGS.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Starting with the general question, there are two international scientific organizations that have looked at the more than 40 years of research now regarding electric and magnetic fields. One of them is the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection. It's quite a mouthful. The acronym is ICNIRP, ICNIRP. And the other is the International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety, or ICES. Both of these organizations, as I said, have reviewed more than 40 years of research on the topic and have developed guideline levels for human exposure to electric and magnetic fields. I'll focus just on the magnetic fields here because the electric fields are really not going to be present in any substantive measure outside the boundary of the site. The magnetic field reference levels for the general public published by ICNIRP are 2000 milligauss. That's the unit of measure for the strength of a magnetic field. And the limit for the ICES is a little more than 9,000 milligauss. And these are particularly for 60 hertz magnetic field levels. And these organizations have determined these levels with a fair level of safety factor built into them. So there are occupational levels that are somewhat higher, and those levels are in turn based on what's termed as a lowest observable adverse effect level. And there are safety factors built into those, so the level at which effects have been observed are much higher than those levels. To put things into context now, in specifically for this project and MF-1-1 that you referred to, you can see from there that even inside the substation, we're looking at field levels that are far below the 2000 milligauss that's been determined by the ICNIRP organization. And outside, as Mr. Wang pointed out, at the nearest residence, you're looking at somewhere on the order of 1 to maybe 0.2 milligauss. So literally thousands of times below those levels.
Thank you. If I want to be careful on how I phrase this question. Would a change in the layout of the Tesla batteries reduce the potential negative impact of EMFs on the residents in the area?
Based on the assessment that we've done and based also on these limits that have been defined by the two organizations I described, those organizations have essentially found there is no causative mechanism and no conclusive adverse effect of any type below the levels quoted. So below that 2000 milligauss, there's no established health effect whatsoever. So moving things within the site would probably quantitatively change things a little bit, but qualitatively, all of the field levels would still remain a small fraction of those international guidelines.
Thank you. I'll leave my questions at that for the time being.
Thank you, Mr. Yorkis. Mr. Wong, do you want to proceed with your other questions for today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shea.
I beg your pardon, I should ask, Mr. Kaler, do you have any cross-examination on EMF?
No, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. So, Mr. Wong, yes, if you could proceed, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Thank you, Dr. Yorkis, for your questions. I did have one quick question for Dr. Cox while we have you. So I'm looking at the EMF report prepared by Exponent for the initial petition. My question is more general nature. I don't know if you have to refer to it, but did Exponent conduct a background EMF study for the area, or when you refer to background EMF levels in the area, you're quoting a general figure for known background EMFs in a similar environment?
Yeah, good question. We did not do any particular measurement or assessment of the magnetic field levels or the EMF levels in the vicinity of the project. So the general background levels that are cited there are based on peer-reviewed literature and measurements that have been made in other areas that would be generally applicable to different types of areas. And in particular, if you refer to figure 2 within the report that we wrote, that is a nice summary that shows the range of field levels that are present in a variety of different areas, including within the home, near transmission or distribution rights of way, and in occupational environments. So that kind of gives a range of the levels and the likelihood of where those levels may fall.
Thank you, Dr. Cox. And one final question on that. When I guess I'll go to a direct quote from the report so I don't misspeak. I think you mentioned in the report that the expected EMF, well, magnetic field levels from the project would be in the range of background field levels. Could you, if possible, could you give that range to me?
Certainly, I don't know that I can give a specific number. There is going to be some variability based on where things are and proximity to different sources. Based on research that's been done in the past, you would see values, for instance, beneath or in the vicinity of a distribution line, such as runs along Milford. And those would be somewhere on the order of maybe, anywhere from 1 to 20 milligauss directly beneath. And then they would fall off with distance away from those sources to, maybe, 1 milligauss or less. There's been other research that has been done in the, I guess, 80s and 90s that looked at, one was called the 1,000 Home Survey. There was another survey that was done tracking people throughout their daily lives. The 1,000 Home Survey found that inside a home, away from appliances, and appliances themselves will be sources of magnetic fields, that the general background level would be somewhere between 0.5 milligauss and up to 4 milligauss. So these are kind of general numbers that are found throughout the residential environments. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it's really comprehensive. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to move on to other questions I have. These next questions pertain to construction methods that we asked the company about. So I'd first like to refer the company to its response to EFSB-CM-11. And in that response, the company gives a citation for intended burial depth for, excuse me, I'm gonna get there myself too. And let me know when you're there as well.
This is Jason Yednak. I am there.
Thank you. So the company states that burial depths are determined by the National Electrical Code and separated by voltage. And you also state that higher voltage cables are buried deeper. Just for record purposes, could you spell out why higher voltage cables require deeper burial depths?
Sure. The higher the voltage, basically the higher amount of insulation you need. So
I'm sorry, could you, you're not very clear. Could you speak up a little bit? The higher the voltage, what?
Sorry, the more insulation you need. So as you increase your voltage, you reduce your current, so you can have smaller cables, but then you need greater insulation from those cables. So again, earth provides natural insulation and heat dissipation. So those two factors of insulation and heat dissipation will determine how deep these are buried and how far they are separated between each other, right? So we'll have three phases, right, for AC voltage. And this is all spelled out by the code and requirements for guidance on how deep those will be and how they are separated underground.
Thank you. With regard to heat dissipation, does a deeper burial have more heat or less heat dissipation?
It could have more insulation, but have the heat dissipation will be determined by the actual soil. So the deeper, yeah, I'll have to come back to answer that question.
To absorb it, right? It's deeper.
In general, yes, the deeper and more capacity you'd have.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Mr. Adams said, so I don't, there's a hole in the record.
I said if it's deeper, it has a greater capacity to absorb heat because it has more insulation. Does that make?
Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, the insulation that Mr. Yednek, you were talking about is both for electrical current and for heat?
Again, I'll come back to the code. The National Electric Code will be determining how these are buried. There's various ways to do this. You can bury them at shallower depths. You can bury them deeper, and there's benefits of both. So there's some economics on how larger cables you install, how many cables you put in a raceway that are done through the models in compliance with codes and standards.
Thank you. I appreciate the reference to the code. I guess to give some context to my question, I'm more asking about the physics involved, like maybe that what informs the code. But I understand that adding in economic factors could mean that it's not strictly correlated. Is that a fair understanding?
Yeah, the reason I can't be specific is because we haven't done the detailed design, and depending on which cables we're referring to, there's different considerations.
Okay. Could you speak to in general, like just sort of what informs the codes? I don't think I'm I'm not asking for specific to this project. I'm more for record purposes as to why cables are buried at different depths.
Sure. Again, a lot of this is informed by detailed modeling, and some depths are determined by to avoid excavation and other potential safety issues if folks are disrupting the soil around those cables. So there is a level of depth that is unrelated to the physics of the cables and insulation and heating.
Thank you. So I guess because I'm not familiar with the code, I was under the impression that it would be like other engineering codes where you sort of have a, you know, you have a type of cable and you look at a table and you sort of refer to it and sort of decide where, based off of that table, where you might bury the range where you might bury a cable. Is that what that looks like?
That is more typical for residential and commercial applications for low voltages. For our applications, we typically do detailed modeling that provides more accurate results, that looks at the various bends that can impact heating, the different terminations and the rating of the cable terminations. So there's various factors, and I think, you know, we hire folks to put together detailed models to come up with the optimal design. So in general, for these type of applications, you know, we refer to the models that will go above and beyond what the code requires.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand. Let's see. One moment. Just orienting myself. Could I refer the company to your response to EFSB-CM-15 right now?
Yes, we're there.
Thank you.
It's Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. So I appreciate the company's answer, but I don't think you'd answered my question directly. I couldn't. Maybe you could give some qualifying reason as to your answer, but I think the crux of my question was what might influence a decision by the company on whether it would use ABC debris for fill.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand it. Whether it would use a what?
Whether it would use ABC. I'm going to look up that acronym.
Asphalt, brick, and concrete.
Again?
Asphalt, brick, concrete.
Thank you. Asphalt, brick, and concrete, ABC debris for fill in a project. Should I repeat the question again?
No, I think I understand the question. So our reply, as provided in CM15, would give the process by which we could use ABC as fill for the project site. And I won't get into it, but it basically, the DEP sets up a framework for us to comply with in order to qualify that material for reuse. So the goal of the company would be to reuse as much as possible on site to avoid export of fill, because fill, you know, we don't want to export fill. It costs money to import fill. So we would follow this process, and if the material qualified for reuse and there was a need for it on the project site, we would do that.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it definitely does. On your last point about whether fill would be needed, based off of your current design plans, does the company expect that it would need fill for the project?
We expect that we would import materials. And that would be based on a need that was identified with the final engineering plans. And that could get back to what Jason was just speaking on, where the soils need to be a certain or have a certain quality to be used in or around underground conduit. Gravel would have to be imported for the site. But in general, I don't expect fill to be imported in a large quantity.
And I guess to round that out, if the asphalt, brick, and concrete debris from construction qualifies under Mass DEP requirements, then would you consider that fill for your purposes that Mr. Yednick was talking about?
I don't think so. I think that would be used more for a general purpose for grading the site and creating a level pad.
I'm sorry, creating a level what?
Pad for the site, a level site, as the plans show.
Thank you. I think I asked this in information requests, but could the company point me to the response or a figure in the record that shows the grades, the intended grades for the site as of the 30% design plan?
Yeah, that would be in the SEIR. I think it's attachment D1. Begins with D1. I think that's the beginning of our grading, set of grading plans. The elevations. Final elevations, is that your question?
Yeah, the intended grades of the site. I'm asking that just so I can get an idea of whether you're going lower than the current grade or if you're going higher.
Yeah, so what the plans have done is optimized an elevation to essentially the site is sloped from west to east, and we are cutting from the top elevation and then filling from the bottom elevation to sort of create a stepped site plan. And we valued and engineered that to a point where we would sort of, minimize the cut in the retaining wall.
Thank you. And I guess just to link this back to the ABC debris as fill, when you stated earlier that for general fill purposes, you might consider using ABC debris. Does this form of regrading of the site qualify as that general purpose?
Yeah, there may be opportunities for us to use that fill in this exercise of grading the whole site.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to move on to another subject. I'm looking at the company's response to EFSB-G-8. I'll give you some time to get to there. The company states in that response that final foundation designs would be determined during the detailed design phase, which I understand is the final, understand to be the final design phase. And I also want to refer the company to page 15 of your petition, I believe. I don't know if it's called the analysis to the petition or if it's just the petition. I think it's just a petition. So if I could refer you to page 15 of that as well.
Okay, this is Jason Yednak. I'm there.
Thank you. So in the petition, give me 1 second. In the petition at the end of the page, on page 15, you state that each megapack and the medium voltage transformers will be supported on concrete slabs and pier foundations and surrounded by crushed stone and or gravel. And in EFSB-G-8, one moment. In EFSB-G-8, you describe the final foundation, and you describe that those designs will come in the detailed design phase of the project. My question is simply that when you state that the final designs would be in the final design for the foundations would be in the final design phase, does that foundation design include the concrete slab and pier foundation structure, or are you making a distinction in the petition between the concrete slab and the pier foundations, and since they're talked about as two separate things?
The clarification here is that we may use pier foundations. For this project site, the final design may just use concrete slabs. There may not be any equipment on piers.
Okay. So in your response to EFSB-G-8, that's your statement is with regard to, in general, the foundation, which could be concrete, just concrete slabs, or a combination of both.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So that answers my question. And I guess in general, you don't have to get into details as pertaining to this project because you haven't designed them finally, but in general, based off of your previous installations, what do these similar type of enclosure foundations look like?
Again, they're typically either a slab or on piers, and a lot of it depends on soil samples, so the conditions of the soil, on what we ultimately decide to do and what's meets the requirements for localities such as seismic ratings.
I'm sorry, what meets the requirements of localities such as?
The local requirements such as the seismicity.
Thank you. And just if you could indulge me just for the record, what characteristics of soil might lead to what type of foundation? Like would a firmer soil mean this, or would a sandier soil mean that?
Sure, yeah, so sandier soil is generally preferred to do piers. So you could drill down, tens of feet, even farther, in very silty conditions where the soil is weaker the support structures and the weight of the battery systems that are very heavy.
Thank you. And I guess the opposite of that would be firmer soils, and that could be more amenable to concrete slabs. Is that what I understand correctly?
Sure, to an extent. Then we get to rock, then you may not be able to drill for piers. So I mean, there's sorry, I guess that in the early case, yeah, there is things that are more cost effective, but both are adequate for the design of the system.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, those are my questions for construction methods. I'm going to be moving on to environmental impacts in general. I guess, do you have questions for construction?
No, I don't. I just have some questions, and I'll go after you on one particular aspect of environmental impacts for today.
Thank you. Okay. And that would be air, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Thank you. And Dr. Yorkis, you had questions on noise, correct?
That's correct. And
you're unmuted. I can hear you.
No,
now you're muted.
No, you mute.
Yeah. I do have one question going back to Dr. Kotz regarding the EMFs, but I can wait.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'll start with my questions, then we'll get to Mr. Shea. And we'll see. We definitely want to get through all the EMF questions before the end of the day. Perhaps Dr. Yorkis, if you could ask your EMF question first, since that's more time sensitive.
Sure. Dr. Kotz, on your February 2nd, 2023 response, I would like to read a sentence and then ask you a question. The exponent further understands that potential full power AC charging or discharging of the BESS project is 280 megavolt ampere MVA and will be limited to a duration of approximately 2 hours per day. Elsewhere in documents, there is a reference to more than 2 hours a day of activity. And so my question to you specifically as it relates to EMFs is what happens if it's 24 hours a day or some time greater than the 2 hours per day in your sentence?
Sure, and if you continue reading in that paragraph, essentially what it says is that that maximum power would only be drawn for about 2 hours per day, but at other times of the day, there may be less power drawn. And for that reason, I have a separate assessment in there. The MF-1-2 is a separate isopleth map that covers a different scenario where only about a quarter of the total power is being drawn. And so the magnetic field level is going to be directly proportional to the amount of current and therefore to the amount of power. And so at that approximately 1/4 power draw, the 70 MVA, that's the results that went into MF-1-2. So if there is power being drawn at other times of the day, it would be far less than what is being drawn for that full power, and the magnetic field levels would be lower than what we discussed earlier in MF-1-1.
What, if I'm understanding you correctly, and thank you for your explanation. We're talking about drawing power. What about in the scenario of discharging electricity?
So in this particular case, the elements that are of importance are the interconnection line, the transformer, the lower voltage feeder cables, and the medium voltage transformers. The amount of power going into all of those elements would be the same as the power going out of those elements during discharging. And so the field levels, again, in MF-1-1 would be accurate for both discharging or charging.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the topic of water. And could I refer the company to its response to EFSB-W-2 and let me know when you're there. It pertains to the location of the proposed hydrants on the site.
Yes, we're there. This is
Thank
Justin.
you. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Just so for the record, in the last sentence of the paragraph response, you state that the 5 proposed hydrant locations were determined in collaboration with the Medway Fire Department based on compliance with relevant code. I was wondering if the company knows right now what those relevant codes are.
We have not done a final review of the relevant codes.
Were the codes, so I guess when you stated relevant codes here, was this from the Medway Fire Department, that something that they had quoted?
Yeah, perhaps Paul Rogers could interject with some additional information on that.
Mr. Brock, this is Paul Rogers speaking. Dr. Wang, NFPA 24 regulates private hydrants, and this is where the company will be looking for guidance on that, along with the Medway Fire Department.
Thank you, Lieutenant Rogers. I guess for the record, I'm not a doctor. But
sorry.
No, I thank you. It's not I'm not offended. I just didn't want the transcript to list me as a doctor when I haven't gone through all that thesis writing. Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Rogers.
And the code would set distances. I mean, it would provide distances from the structures, which is how you select the number.
Thank you. I have some questions on water use for safety purposes later, but I think that'll come under my questions on safety. But I have a question now based off of the company's response to EFSB-W-14. And this pertains to the new riverfront area that the company proposes.
I'm sorry, the new what?
Riverfront area that the company proposes to create as part of the project. And let me know when a witness is ready to respond.
Yes, Mr. Wang, this is Mark Bergeron. I'm prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. I appreciate the response in EFSB-W-14. I would just like to get some more clarification because I'm not familiar with this this part of the project. So I had asked if the riverfront area proposed is required, and I think the company's response is no. So and then further on, the company states that it's in compliance with Medway Wetlands Protection Bylaw. So I guess that's not considered a regulation, but is the reason for the new riverfront area compliance with the Medway Wetlands Protection Bylaw? Is that the main reason for proposing it?
No, it's not actually. The reason why we answered that the riverfront area mitigation is not required under the state standards is because we've met all other applicable standards for impact within riverfront area under the state standards without having to develop that mitigation area. There are no performance standards in the Medway wetland regulations because there are a set of regulations associated with the wetland Medway bylaw that require us to do this riverfront area mitigation. This riverfront area mitigation has been proposed because it offers an opportunity to restore an area on the site that's not going to be developed for the project that is currently part of a driveway and yard of a single family residence, and its portions of which are within the riverfront area. So the company is restoring this area that's been previously degraded in the riverfront area in order to add some additional vegetation and habitat value to that riverfront area of Center Brook in their own, of their own accord, not required by any regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. I appreciate that answer. I guess well, I'm not going to testify, but I think riverfront area. That answers my question. Thank you. I believe Mr. Green has some questions pertaining to batteries in general. I wanted to make sure that he got to ask them before we get further down my environmental questions, if that's okay, Mr. Green.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Wang. Oh, I'm sorry. That's going to stick around for a while, I have a feeling. So, very different sort of question. I wanted to turn to the subject of cost. And I will preface this by saying that normally with generation facilities that are being reviewed under Section 69J and 1/4, as this project is, we do not ask questions and in fact are barred from doing so about the overall project cost. But this project also has a zoning exemption request, which does not preclude that area of inquiry. So that's really the basis of the questions that I'd like to ask. I'll stop there if there's any response to that preface.
Thank you for the preface, Mr. Green, or Dr. Green, shall we call you?
Whatever is fine. So just in general, there's been a lot of discussion lately about how the sort of more pronounced inflationary environment that we're in is affecting energy projects across the board. And I'm wondering whether the environment is creating upward pressure on project costs or whether technology is restraining those inflationary pressures and perhaps even bringing the project costs down. Where is the balance between inflation versus technology improvements for a project like Medway Grid?
I can answer on batteries.
Yeah, well, I guess I could begin, and then maybe Jason can speak to the battery, the technology itself. Construction materials and things like basic conduit and the like there is serious inflationary pressures where the price and lead time for getting those materials is increasing. Whether it balances with the battery technology and reduction in prices there, I'm not sure, but maybe Jason can add some light to that.
Yeah. Prior to roughly 2020, battery prices were on a steady decline. Unfortunately, the demand for electric vehicles and supply chain disruptions due to COVID drove up a lot of the material prices going to batteries. So for the past couple of years, we've seen much higher prices for batteries that are reflected mostly due to the lithium carbonate, particularly for our system, and then for other NMC battery technologies, cobalt and nickel have also seen increases.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. The other NMC battery technologies, what?
Cobalt and nickel have seen price increases.
Thank you.
So are you saying then that since 2020, the overall cost of a project like Medway Grid has increased rather than decreased?
The battery cost, which is the primary component of the system, has gone up.
I'm not sure if we have this information on the record as it exists today, but do we have an estimate of the overall project cost?
We provided an estimate in our tier 3 filing for their stormwater analysis of 150 million.
And
in the RMAT report.
I'm sorry, in the what report?
The RMAT report within the SEIR.
And what was the date of that estimate?
Just give us a second to find the date. June 9th, 2022.
And given the discussion on inflationary pressures, do you have a guess as to what that figure would be under current conditions?
We don't have a firm guess on that, no.
I guess I would like to make that a formal record request then, which is for a revised cost estimate for the project as of today.
Can I respond to that? No. Okay.
Certainly.
Well,
I think we'll do it.
That will be a record request. I can respond at another time. But
Okay, so that would be record request RR-EFSB-2. It's only the second record request, and it's for a revised cost estimate.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Given the fact that the host community agreement, I believe, was executed after June of 2022, I'm wondering whether that $150 million figure incorporated an expectation for the host community agreement, or whether the HCA would be additive to that $150 million number.
That $150 million number would be more relevant to the pilot agreement, which we haven't finalized.
When you say more relevant,
As
do you
opposed
mean...
to the...
Go ahead.
Yeah, the HCA is in addition to whatever the pilot agreement would be. Yeah, I guess can you repeat the question?
Yeah, my question was whether, so the HCA, I believe, had a, roughly $2 million per year payment that would be made by Medway Grid to the town of Medway, correct? For a 20-year period?
I would have to look at the exact number of what it would be per year. I think the total expense was about 2 million, yes.
Per year.
That seems too high. I would have to check those numbers.
Yeah.
It might be a $2 million at the time of commissioning, and then it's a much lesser price per year after that. Our per year commitments are far less than the commitment we have, which we've already paid some of, and then at the day of commissioning.
I see Mr. Shea looking through some papers. Do you have something to offer on that point?
I'd like to take a look at the HA, even if it take a while to find it. It's attached. It's an attachment.
It's attached to G26.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Andy. It's what?
Attached to G26.
Okay, so why don't we take a look at that, because it's worthwhile to have the document in front of us, and then therefore we can ask more precise questions.
Yeah, I'm looking at that document right now to see if I can pull out the figure that I was trying to represent accurately. And perhaps the company.
There's several additive payments that we're making to the town for different initiatives.
Right, but the base annual payment to the town of Medway for the, again, primary purpose of the agreement?
Yeah, so you may be referring to we do reference the future pilot agreement, where we state a minimum of about 42 million for the life of the project in taxes.
Okay, so you're attributing that 42 million to the purpose of a payment in lieu of taxes, as opposed to the host community agreement. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, the purpose of it appearing in the host community agreement is simply a commitment to the town to have a pilot and a minimum number, with a minimum number.
Okay. And I imagine you would regard costs referenced in the HCA as operating rather than capital expenses?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So they might not, in fact, really affect the capital cost of the project, which we were discussing before, as something in the neighborhood.
Oh yeah, I understand. Yes, correct. Yep.
We were discussing that as being in the neighborhood of about 150 million, plus whatever changes have occurred in the last 8 months or so. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I think that will take care of my questions on the cost issue.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? I'll ask the witnesses to refer to the host community agreement, EFSB-G-26(1). On page 2, there's a reference to the anticipated tax agreement with a capital T and a capital A, so a defined term. And there's the number 42 million plus. So I just want to make it clear for the record, the pilot that one of the witnesses was talking about, PILOT, which refers to payment in lieu of taxes, that's not referred to as a pilot in the HCA. It's referred to as a tax agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct. We were using the terms interchangeably.
Okay, so the tax agreement is for 42 million, excuse me, or roughly that amount. And that is separate and apart from the amounts that are due to the town pursuant to the HCA. Is that correct?
Yes. Everything else is not tax related.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Shea and Mr. Green. I'm gonna continue with environmental impact questions. This next question has to do with traffic. So could I refer the company to your response to EFSB-T-6, where you state that you will work with the town to develop a traffic plan? I'll just ask my question. Is this traffic plan currently being worked on? If not, when does the company anticipate doing so?
The traffic plan would be part of our construction management plan. And we would expect to have the construction management plan, the final engineer drawings and everything completed by the summer of 2023, so the end of Q2.
Thank you. And I think we talked about this earlier. It's part of the construction permitting step in the company schedule. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to some questions about noise. I'm going to refer the company to your responses to MEP-2 and EFSB-NO-6. In the company's response to MEP-2, you answer Dr. Yorkis's question about an apparent discrepancy on whether the company would carry out post-construction noise monitoring. My question is whether the company's response to MEP-2 modifies your response to the EFSB and EFSB-NO-6. I guess to ask it directly, in EFSB-NO-6, you state that you would not carry out post-construction noise monitoring, and then in MEP-2, you say you would. So I guess.
Yeah, so I can just ignoring the discrepancy, the company would conduct a post-construction noise assessment of the project.
Thank you. Okay. So moving on, I had a question in EFSB-NO-7. I'll let you get to that response.
Yes, I'm there. This is Ryan Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. So just for the record, for clarity, the transformer that is being referred to in EFSB-NO-7 and by reference also in the Secretary Certificate at page 16, just so we're clear, does that transformer refer to the main transformer that's converting to voltages for the interconnection?
Probably a better question for Jason. The main power
It's the transformer at the substation of the project,
Thank you.
the main transformer.
Thank you. That helps. And also for the record, is such a transformer of this size, typically custom made to order, or is it an off-the-shelf sort of situation?
This is Jason Yednak. Each transformer is specified for the project to meet certain requirements, including measures that the manufacturer can take and features that can.
I'm sorry, including measures that I couldn't understand you.
And measures that the manufacturer can take and different options we can select to reduce the noise of the main power transformer. So so the answer in short is yes. Yeah, each transformer is custom ordered for projects.
Thank you. I had some context to that, but I would like I'd like you to spell it out for the record. Basically, the process behind procuring a transformer such as this one. As to you started with you provide the specification, and then how does that bear out?
Sure. The procurement process includes putting together a detailed specification with the requirements for the specific site, including the voltage, power, the magnitude, noise requirements, the type of transformer. There should be certain spatial limitations, and that specification is used to put together a procurement process and go out to multiple vendors to offer in their solutions, and during that process they could take exceptions or ask clarifications on the specification, and ultimately lead us to select a vendor to procure the equipment.
Thank you. And so I'm understanding correctly, is it correct to say that the company would specify its desired noise rating, and then based off of that, the supplier would build a transformer to comply using its existing mitigation tools if it's this particularly quiet transformer?
Correct.
And does the company have any say into the features built into the transformer that might contribute, or is that up to is that a black box for you where the supplier just tells you that they can comply?
We can get information and ask how they can comply, and ultimately they will test it, and we will do a witness test in their factory to ensure that they do comply with that.
Thank you, Mr. Yadnik. I might be confusing records, but could you, if it exists, could you point me to where in the record the company might have given examples as to what features in a transformer could contribute to a quieter model?
I'm not aware that we provide those features.
Thank you. Would the company be able to give some examples of that either here or in a record request?
I can, yeah. This is Ryan Callahan again. When the transformer is actually built, it goes through testing, and then there is a sound test report that comes from that shows the sound levels produced by that exact unit. That's not available until it's actually manufactured.
Thank you. I guess my question was more of a general question as to what type of mitigation strategies that might be built into a transformer exist.
So I know that they can add additional jacketing to the physical structure of the transformer itself. There may be other methods that the manufacturer uses that I'm not aware of, but additional material around the outside of the unit is one such method.
This is Jason Yedinak again. I'm aware particularly for smaller transformers, you can put in insulating rubber pads between the foundation and the transformer that can help with some of those high frequency vibrations. And then there are, again, there's also some of the fans. There could be an opportunity for quieter fans, as there are a number of fans on the radiators.
Thank you. You've mentioned rubber pads for smaller transformers. I'm not trying to poke holes in your argument. Is this transformer a smaller one in your experience or not?
No, I'm referring to the medium voltage transformers distributed in the site, not the main power transformer.
Thank you. That's all. Okay. So in the company's response to MEP-26, you make a statement that the company states that the fans in the battery enclosure only need to operate at 30% capacity if the project is operating at maximum capacity and ambient temperatures are above 100 degrees. Does that sound familiar? Does that statement sound familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I'd like some clarification for that sentence. It reads to me as if temperatures are hot, could you restate that?
It's the same. Yeah. It's so yeah. It's for the best. This is for the battery unit would be 30%. So it goes back to our. It's related to the noise analysis, but it's also through Tesla has provided us with the information that it would only need to be run at a 30% capacity or throttled to a 30% limit to reject the necessary heat for the BESS.
Thank you. I think I sort of understand from your answer right now better, but just so I can truly understand, because right now the sentence reads sort of reads as if maybe I'm misreading it. It sort of reads as if
it was in direct response to LU10, where they did an A through F sort of scenario, and essentially that scenario wouldn't occur because we would only be running at 30% fan capacity.
Thank you. So I'm just gonna restate this in another situation and see if it bears out correctly. So you're stating that at 100 degrees, even at 100 degrees, the company would only have to operate at 30% capacity in order to dispel heat at that range. So does that mean at below 100 degrees, the need for the amount of capacity might be lower than 30%, or is that?
That's correct. And I think the word capacity is probably, I mean, we're talking fan throttle, we're talking at the speed at which the fans need to operate, and capacity could be used in a lot of different ways in this situation. So it's the fans will moderate as needed and can be throttled to a certain limit. But yes, at a lesser temperature, it's likely it would run at a lower fan speed.
Thank you. I think that clarifies my confusion with the sentence. And I think I want to, so 30%, when the 30% referred to here is the speed of the fans.
Right. Yeah, we often call it throttle in some of our other documentation. Yep.
Thank you. I want to quickly refer to Dr. Callahan's direct testimony this morning. I believe there was a modification with regard to percentage. I don't know if it was regard. I don't know off the top of my head if it was regard to capacity or fan speed. Mr. Callahan, can you clarify?
Yes, also for the record, I am also not a doctor. So that clarification this morning was in regards to the different fan throttles that are now being assumed in the sound level assessment. Previously, that fan throttle was assumed to be 40%, and the revision that was stated today changed that to 30% under a daytime condition and 20% for a nighttime condition.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you. That helps to make the record on the transcript clear for me. Okay. So, Mr. Shea, I have about 2 questions left for air. I think I have time to finish it before 1 for lunch. Is that okay, Mr. Shea?
Yes, great idea. Ask your air questions and then we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, and then I think you have your questions, and Dr. York has asked his questions pertaining to noise. Okay. Scratch that. I have 1 question. I've asked the other one this morning. So the company made responses to EFSB question EFSB-HW-2 and also to Dr. Yorkis's question at MEP-6. I'll let you get to that, but basically my interest is in this company's statement that gas samples from a UL 99540A testing for the Tesla Megapack 2 showed traces of 27 metals. And I understand also that the company didn't necessarily conduct this testing, but I guess the first question is, are any of the company's witnesses familiar enough to be able to discuss these results at a general level?
Yes.
Thank you, Lieutenant Rogers. So I believe the company was able to list the metals to MEP -6 in their response. I guess my main question is, are you able to speak to the origin of these trace metals in the gas samples from the testing? Like where did they come from? Are they from the battery materials or atmospheric metals somehow?
Can I just interject real quick? I don't know if it was misstated. I don't have it in front of me, but those metals were not present in the samples, the 27 metals. Those are the ones that were tested for, and they found no.
Give me 1 moment. I have to.
I know, and HW2 is.
I think if you look at MEP 6, it specifically states that there were found no traces. I think HW, it looks like a typo in the word no is
Yeah,
missing.
an important word was missing from that response.
Okay, that helps a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
So the response to EFSB dash HW dash 2 is missing a word, no traces of
Yes.
27 different metals. Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
And the 27 were the ones that were tested for.
Yep, that makes sense. Then that concludes my environmental questions for now. I might have more follow-up after Mr. Shea and Dr. Yorkis. But Mr. Shea, before we break for lunch, should we do anything else?
I think this would be a natural time to break for lunch. Does anyone have a objection?
No objection, Mr. Presiding Officer.
The company obviously has no objection. I was just wondering if you still need Dr. Kotz.
Do we still need Dr. Kotz? I don't need I don't need to ask Dr. Kotz any questions. Mr. Yorkis, do you have any more questions for Dr. Kotz? Mr. Yorkis? Do you have any other questions for Dr. Kotz?
How about if I respond to you after lunch?
Okay, because I think the question was the company, Mr. Kaplan asked, do we have any more questions for Dr. Kotz?
Right.
Because I think he could be let go if we don't. And I guess being an expert, you're probably paid by the hour, Dr. Kotz. So that's the issue here. Does the company have to pay Dr. Kotz for an hour of lunch? I won't ask you. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Yorkis. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that was the question.
Do we need to find out what lunch is before we can address that?
Mr. Shea, I think we can let Dr. Yorkis have some time to evaluate. I think
Okay.
Dr. Kotz had indicated he was available all day.
Okay. All right. So why don't we break for lunch? It's just about 1 o'clock. Can everyone come back here by 2 o'clock? And that'll give us something
Thank you,
to
Mr.
eat.
Presiding Officer.
Right, to eat, and then also review our notes and prepare for any questions that come back. And Dr. Kotz, I'm sorry we can't let you go yet. Well, actually, I shouldn't say I'm sorry to Dr. Kotz. I should say I'm sorry to Mr. Kaplan and Medway Grid, because that's some more consultant time. But thank you all for being here. So thank you for everything you did this morning. I didn't thank you. I should have thanked you all for your hard work on the case so far, because there have been a lot of information requests and a lot of good answers. And so everyone here has worked hard, and I do very much appreciate it. It will help us in writing our decision. So I will see you all back here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
And, and now is there any sound? And now is there any sound? Andy, you will need to sign in again for real time.
We have to sign in again for real time.
Well, I see, Bob, that you're already signed in, so it doesn't apply to you.
Okay.
By the way, it seems that the server, which exists someplace in California, is down. I presume that's temporary, but nope, it's not. Sorry, it was temporary. Never mind.
So the server for real time was down, but it's back up.
Yes, that's right.
And when I look at my real time transcript, I just see recess for lunch.
That's right. I won't try and explain, but there was a technical issue that made me have to start a new file. So what we did before lunch is not attached to the file I'm in, but they will, when you get the transcript, it will all be there.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for explaining that. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Hey, Bob, before we
Yes.
get on the record, could I, well, I mean, before you start your question, could I ask a question of the company just to follow up from something
Sure.
we talked about before?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you.
We'll go back on the record.
Yep. Oh, and Bob, I think we wanted to hear from Dr. Yorkis whether you had any questions for
Dr.
Cox.
Cox. Dr. Cox, yeah.
Just one question.
Wayne, do you mind if?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
No, I'll ask Wayne, do you mind if Dr. Yorkis goes first?
Sure, you can, Dr. Yorkis, you can go first.
Okay. We're all here, so let's go back on the record. Thank you for all coming back. We're resuming our questioning, and Dr. Yorkis has at least one question for Dr. Cox.
Yeah.
Please proceed, Dr. Yorkis.
Thank you very much. And just one question. Dr. Kotz, are you aware of any post-construction testing protocol that could or should take place regarding EMFs during the full charge or discharge and or lower power flow activities should this project be approved?
So I'm not aware of anything that has been proposed or planned at this point for post-construction monitoring. Post-construction monitoring is something that has been done in other transmission line projects in the past. But I think in this case, if you were going to evaluate something like that, it would probably be targeted to something like the roads and the residential areas. But I think it would probably also need to include evaluations of the existing sources to put everything into context. That being said, as I mentioned before, magnetic field levels or magnetic fields are fairly ubiquitous in the environment. There are a wide variety of sources, and kind of at the distances we're talking about from the various components of the facility, I think it's unlikely that they're going to be a significant contributor to magnetic field levels, really at any adjacent property line.
I hear what you're saying, and I reread your your most recent document, and I appreciate your response. I won't offer an opinion because I'm not allowed to, but I think you've answered my question, so thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yarkis. Mr. Wong.
Yes, but before I start, Mr. Shea, I also don't have any questions for Dr. Kotz, so I don't know if you wanted to let him go or not.
You know, I thought of a question, not that doesn't directly relate to, it could be useful in writing up the decision, but it probably have to go as a record request. But tell me if this makes sense, to you, Dr. Kotz. You say, you know, that electromagnetic fields are ubiquitous. So you may want to you may want to unmute yourself, Dr. Kotz. You say that, thank you very much. You say they're ubiquitous. So let's say a person is standing in the middle of their kitchen. Let's say the kitchen is 10 feet by 12 feet. And what you have going on is a refrigerator and a dishwasher and an electric range. Would it be possible for you to calculate in a general ballpark area what kind of milligauss a person standing in the middle of that room would be exposed to?
There are studies that have been done along those lines. In particular, there's a study from 2002, the National Institute of Environmental Health Science, and they in turn referenced some studies that were done before, doing very much what you just described, looking at a variety of different types of electronic equipment that is used in the home or in the office. And they did a pretty good job in that they looked at a wide variety of different models. There's no consistency necessarily between, among models. And they also did a good job of quantifying how it changes with distance. So for instance, they did measurements 6 inches away, a foot away, 2 feet, 3 feet away, to kind of quantify how the field level decreases with distance. So in a general sense, it would be fairly straightforward to go back to publications of that nature and say, we've got a range, we've got a refrigerator, we've got a dishwasher. Let's estimate that we're 4 feet away from all of them, or more, and you can come up with a level. I think a better approach is probably to look at the results of something I referred to earlier, which is the 1,000 home survey, where they essentially did kind of what you're talking about. They evaluated what the field level was in the center of rooms away from appliances in 1,000 homes, approximately randomly selected throughout the US, and kind of looked at the statistical nature of that. And so I think to come back to your original question, you can probably get a decent idea of the range of levels you're going to be looking at from either of those methods. I think the bottom line is that overall they're likely to be quite low in general, single milligauss in most situations. And it's also pretty helpful to bear in mind the limits that have been set by these international organizations, which are generally 2,000 milligauss or higher, just to keep things into context.
Well, my curiosity, I remember your testimony about the 1,000 home survey, and it often showed that people in the center of the room would be subject to 0.5 milligauss or 1 milligauss. But I was wondering, are there occasions when people are subject to more than that? That's why I gave the scenario, the hypothetical of a kitchen refrigerator going on, electric range, and a dishwasher. They would each create each of those things would create an electric field, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would each be a source of electric and magnetic fields. Generally, the electric fields are blocked by most grounded conductive material. But you bring up a good point that especially the potential exposure you would have near any of these devices can be very much higher on a short-term basis, or when you're very close to the device. And two of the examples that come to mind out of that NIEHS study I referred to before are hair dryers, which I think the average exposure, I'd have to subject to check. The average exposure at 6 inches away was something on the order of 600 milligauss. And the one that always surprised me was the electric can opener, which again at 600 or 6 inches away had a value of about 1200 milligauss. So brief for nearby exposure to much higher levels is not uncommon throughout daily lives inside the home, and you would have something similar as you're driving throughout the community every time you go underneath the distribution line, or when you go to the ice cream aisle at the supermarket and stick your arm in there. There are generally fairly high levels in those locations as well.
Nice, that's very helpful. Is the 1,000 home survey, I remember you talking about that, testifying to that, is that in the record?
I don't believe we have that specifically cited in this document that we prepared.
Okay, so maybe I could do a record request, RR-EFSB. Did we already get to, I'll ask Alan Brock, just off the record, did we get to 3 already?
Nope, this will be 3.
Okay, so back on record, RR-EFSB-3. Could you provide the, I'm asking Mr. Kaplan, the 1,000 home, was it called the 1,000 home survey? Is that right, Dr. Kotz?
That's correct.
If that's possible, if it's, and then the other thing being did you say it's a study in 2002 by the NIHS?
NIEHS, the National Institute of Environmental Health Science. Yes.
Okay, so if you could provide those 2 things, I mean, if they're absolutely not available, it's not the end of the world, but if they are available, I think that would be helpful, because people express concern, of course, about exposure to EMF, but I think it is important to note, as Dr. Kotz has mentioned, that when you go into the refrigerator aisle of your supermarket, you're exposed to EMF.
Yeah, I know for sure I can provide an easy link to the NIEHS report. I'll have to dig up and see if I can find the 1,000 home survey in an easily accessible format.
Well, if you can, I'd be very grateful. And as I say, if it's just not available, or you remember it but you can't find it, then that won't be the end of the world, but I'd appreciate it. That would be RR-EFSB-3. Thank you, Dr. Kotz. Does anyone have any other? I'm sorry, go
Can I
ahead.
follow up? I really didn't expect to be going into the kitchen following Bob's question, but I do want to ask Dr. Kotz a follow-up. There's been a lot of talk lately about stovetops and transitioning from gas to induction cooktops, and what benefits that might bring from a carbon standpoint. Do you have an opinion as to whether that may constitute another source of magnetic fields in a residential environment, and whether that is a significant addition to background levels, or just similar to what's been described in these studies?
So I don't have an answer for certain, but I have looked into induction ovens in the past, and I think the distinction we would need to draw here is that we've been focused primarily on the 60 hertz magnetic fields, and there certainly would be higher 60 hertz magnetic fields from any electric range or any electric oven compared to a gas oven. So that's one aspect. With regard to the induction component of it, particularly the cooktop, those induction ovens typically operate using frequencies that are much higher than 60 hertz. Subject to check, I think probably on the order of 100 kilohertz or so. So it's a different frequency field. That being said, I think the organizations that have limits on 60 hertz magnetic fields, ICNIRP and ICES, also provide limits and guidelines for higher frequency fields. And those could certainly be compared to the limits there as well for the 100 kilohertz or so that you would see from induction cooktop. But I think the bottom line is that it would be a little bit of an apples to oranges comparison to look at the fields from the induction cooktop compared to the 60 hertz fields that we've been discussing so far.
Okay, as I said, a bit of a tangent, so I'll leave it at that.
Sure.
Does anyone have any more questions for Dr. Kotz?
I do not, Mr. Shea. I did see, well, if we were to let Dr. Kotz go, did you have to do any additional process before he leaves?
No, I don't think there's anything else we need to do. I think everyone's had an opportunity to cross-examine Dr. Kotz, and no one expresses a desire to continue. So
I wonder, Mr. Shea, I wonder whether or not the company has any redirect for Dr. Kotz before he is dismissed.
what a great question. I wish I'd thought of that. Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Kaplan, do you have any redirect for Dr. Kotz?
I think it takes a while for them.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
I think it takes 30 seconds for them to unmute from experience.
Okay. There we go. Hi, Mr. Kaplan.
Okay, I think we're there. What you couldn't hear was the company has no redirect.
The company has no redirect. All right. Well, thank you very much for your presence here, Dr. Kotz. It's been illuminating and I appreciate it. And I don't think we'll have any more need for you. So you can go and be free of our of this proceeding. But thank you very much. And then I'll look forward to getting the response to the record request.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Okay, Mr. Wong,
Yeah.
air question, but if you've got other environmental questions, I don't mind.
I have just one request for the company. Before the break, we talked about EFSB-HW-2 and there being a typo of a missing no. Could I ask, just for our records' sake, for it to be clear, if the company could revise that with the correct language and submit it back to the EFSB?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, may I see, based upon Mr. Wang's request, they may also want to do the same thing with MEP7.
And tell me about, Dr. Yerkes, about MEP7.
They they reference their answer to MEP6.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah, so MEP6 is correct. It was the HW2 is the one that's incorrect. MEP6 states accurately that no metals were found.
Well, if I may.
Go ahead, yes, of course.
On the third paragraph in MEP6, it says during UL 95408 testing, as affirmed by the Fisher report, gas samples analyzed from its testing showed traces of, as opposed to no traces.
So I believe it says that during the testing, gas samples were analyzed, or gas samples were analyzed for traces of 27 different metals, and no traces of those metals were in the gas samples that were collected.
That's what it says at the bottom of the page, but near the top of the page, it says during the UL testing, gas samples analyzed from the testing showed traces of 27 different metals were collected at 20
Okay.
feet inland.
That was the HW. Yeah, so that was the HW2 response. I think that Dr. Yorkis was, I was looking at the bottom. We'll correct HW2. I believe the response, and we'll make sure that everybody understands that MEP6 is also the word no traces of these metals were collected.
That was very helpful, yes.
So if you look at our response to Dr. Yorkis, A, that's where I was reading from, but
Right.
the original response was incorrect.
Right, so I guess
Anyway, we'll fix it, not to worry.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, I had an error question I wanted to ask. And I'll ask you to reference the response to MEP-26S. Give me a second to get there. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, why don't you read over the question?
Okay.
Yeah, wait.
Now,
There.
you're there. Okay, so the question, Dr. Yorkis in his question, MEP-26, quotes from an earlier question, EFSB-LU-10, which asks the company to perform some calculations. As you can see from NEP-26, the company doesn't perform any calculations at all, or even respond to the calculations in its answer. It just talks about heat island effects. So Dr. Yorkis answer, MEP, the Medway enumerated parties.
I'm sorry, Bob, I just didn't understand you. So
MEP, I'm sorry, the Medway enumerated parties, excuse me, just re-asked the question. And then the supplemental response goes on for pages and it's very articulate, but it again addresses the heat island effects. But the calculations, what the reference is that the circumstances listed in EFSB-LU-10 doesn't have the potential to occur because if the project's operating at maximum capacity with an ambient air temperature at 100 degrees or above, the fans need only operate at a 30% capacity. So let me re-ask that question that was originally asked in Ellie, re-ask a slightly different question. Take the following scenario. The potential, not for the heat island effect, but the potential that how many BTUs of energy per hour would the project introduce into the air around it under the following conditions? A, the project is operating at maximum capacity while contributing energy to the grid. B, all fans are operating at appropriate capacity. C, the measurement begins at 4 p.m. D, the sun will not set for another 4 hours. E, the project has been operating at maximum capacity since noon. and F, the ambient temperature is 100 degrees Fahrenheit and has been that temperature since noon. So that's the hypothetical. Is there any way you can calculate how many BTUs of energy per hour the project would introduce into the air around it under those conditions?
Oh, right, so the operating parameters that they've set forth, it also would not be operating for 4 straight hours as well. So it's difficult for us to calculate something that wouldn't occur.
The
however-
hypothetical, I beg your pardon, the hypothetical does not posit that the project will operate for 4 straight hours. It just says it's operating at maximum capacity, and the measurement begins at 4 p.m. and the sun will not set for another 4 hours. So, so the project wouldn't operate at maximum capacity from noon to 4 p.m.?
Right.
And why is that?
Well, it cycles, and it has a 2-hour cycle. And during that cycle, it would ramp up, and then it would ramp down. The heat would build, and the heat would dissipate.
Okay.
And we've done an analysis towards the end of that question, which was actually provided to us by Tesla, which shows the heat rejection for the megapacks.
All right, well, then
at
let's
different
go.
ambient temperatures.
Okay, let's go over the answer that you provided, because it's interesting, but it does need some. I would appreciate some explanation. Now, if you look at the first of the graphs you provided, it says ESS SOC. Do you see that graph?
Yeah.
Okay. And first of all, what does ESS SOC stand for?
SOC stands for state of charge.
And what does ESS
ESS stand? Energy storage system.
Okay, state of charge. And tell us, what is this graph? Oh, and then, okay, so then on the left-hand margin, it says SOC percentage. So that's state of charge percentage, right?
Right. So over a 4-hour period, it builds to 100% state of charge. And then it dissipates for the next two hours.
So I see, this is very helpful. So the contribution of the battery to the grid, it would basically be in 2-hour increments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you could see where it might be very helpful during a peak period. And can you see that?
I do.
It might be less helpful if you had one of those really dreadful long-term heat waves. Not that it would be unhelpful, but just that it might be less helpful.
Yeah, the typical peak periods are roughly 2 hours.
That's true, they are. Let me give you a background as to why I asked this question. Because your answers on the heat islands were very articulate, but the answers on the heat islands stress that heat islands are an urban phenomenon. Now, I believe you, but I think you may remember that, I think it was in 2021 in Lytton, British Columbia, the temperature hit 121 degrees, an all-time record for Canada. And it stayed at about that temperature for 3 days. And on the 4th day, the town burnt down. So, and Lytton, British Columbia is a town of 200, was a town of 250 people. So you see whether you call it a heat island or not, extreme heat is possible in rural areas.
I think,
But not a heat island.
right, but not the heat island effect. Mr. Shea, this is Mark Bergeron.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you, Mr. Bergeron, at the beginning.
Sorry, Mr. Brock. I was just asking Mr. Shea if I could interject, and I'd like to right now. Please, I just want to explain a little bit further on our response and why we included these graphs and what we're trying to illustrate with these graphs. So we don't feel it's necessary to calculate the exact BTU because, as Mr. Adams was explaining, these units are going to discharge. Heat is going to dissipate out of the units. And so what we're trying to illustrate is if you look at the last chart, the bottom chart, the chart is titled MP2XL 2-hour exhaust air cycle in 45-degree ambient, and that is equivalent to 113 degree Fahrenheit
Okay.
air temperature. What we're showing is that the bottom chart shows that during 4 hours, the max heat that a Tesla Megapack unit will put out is 60 degrees Celsius. So there'll be 140 degree Fahrenheit temperature coming off of the units.
I'm
And
sorry,
if I may,
I don't see the 60 degrees Celsius figure anyplace.
if you look at the bottom chart, I'm looking at, again, the last page of our response to MEP 26S. The
The
bottom,
last, okay, I'm sorry, the last page, okay, before the
before the map.
Okay, so the bottom chart, yes, thank you.
Yeah, the left-hand axis is the outlet air temperature. So that's the temperature coming out of the Tesla Megapack unit.
Yes.
And the bottom axis is time. So again, we're looking at the 0 to 2 hour or 2 to 4 hour increment. So the peak coming out of that unit would be 60 degree Celsius, which is equivalent to 140 degree Fahrenheit. And this scenario is if the ambient air temperature is 113 degrees Fahrenheit. And so what we're trying to illustrate with our response is that although this isn't a classic heat island effect, in essence, that this isn't in an urban environment, and this isn't a situation where we have an urban situation where you have heat trapped during the day and heat is elevated during the day because of the amount of blacktop and man-made surfaces that will trap heat and increase heat, and then release it at night to continue to raise the air temperature, thus having a potential effect on populations. What we're trying to show here is, I think to get to your question is, does this project have the potential to raise air temperatures in the locale of the project? So yes, there would be an immediate increase of during peak during this 113 degree Fahrenheit day, 140 degrees. But this is similar to blacktop, large areas of pavement. It's similar to black rooftops, and we're trying to illustrate that in MEP 26S1. The figure that we provided.
I'm sorry,
MEP,
excuse me, MEP 26S1. Oh, that's the answer to the information request, yes.
So we're trying to illustrate is, this is an aerial photograph showing the project area based upon an aerial thermal imaging flight completed on an August day in 2017, showing what the surface temperatures are if you've got an unusually hot day in August. So as you can see from this photo, the existing Eversource substation is shaded in red, and that indicates that during the daytime in 2017, in August, temperatures at that area reached 140 degrees Fahrenheit or 60 degrees C. And as you can see, the adjacent areas are much cooler. So what we're trying to explain with our response is that although there will be some heat from the fans exhausting from the BESS units. On our project site, it will be similar to pavement, black rooftops in the area, and similar to what you see here from the existing Eversource substation. And that the amount of acres of forested areas that we have around our site, again, trees, vegetation, water bodies are mitigating sources of that exhaustive heat. That heat will be quickly mitigated and dissipated by the air and mitigated by the vegetation in the area to cool, so that it won't provide any extensive heat island or effects to the adjacent community or surrounding area.
I see this is very helpful, and thank you for your explanation. So the map, the photograph, the aerial photograph that's attached as an exhibit, as you say, in the existing Eversource substation, the red indicates that on this August day, excuse me, the heat reached 140 degrees Fahrenheit.
At the substation.
At the substation, yes.
Yep.
And I see, looking at it, to the left of the substation, it seems to the vegetation seems to have cooled that down quickly, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. To the right of the substation, it seems like there's a bit of, I'll call it heat leakage, for lack of a better word. It's to the right of the substation on this map. The colors are not quite as vivid, but they're still higher than the surrounding area.
That's correct, because that would be heat that is emitting from the existing Exelon power plant facility. So again, they would have their own heat signature as well during a hot day, just as our project will. But as you can see from, when you move away from that particular heat signature of the Exelon facility, because of the adjacent forested areas, air temperatures cool, and surface temperatures, actually, these are surface temperatures, these are not air temperatures. Surface temperatures cool rapidly, which again reflect air temperature.
Let me ask you now, I'm looking at the aerial photograph that you provided, and I'm looking in the upper left-hand corner. There seems to be an area of heat. Can you tell me what that is?
You're right.
Yes, that's the intersection of Route 109 and Route 126, and there's an expansive amount of parking lot and pavement in those areas. And so again, as I indicated before, the heat from this facility is going to be similar to that from large expanses of pavement, which does exist throughout the project area. And again, you can see that the presence of trees and water bodies in a suburban environment such as Medway doesn't create the heat island phenomena, and affords opportunities and mitigation for heat from these sources to dissipate rather quickly, and only be localized in that immediate vicinity on the ground and not affect the adjacent area.
That's very helpful. Now, I'm going to ask, I'd like to see where on this map the project would be located. And I believe you have the capability of sharing the screen, that is, putting the exhibits onto the screen. So you could show me on this map where the project would be located.
Certainly, if you'll just give us a moment, we'll put that on the screen.
I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Okay, if you could, just for the purposes of a clear transcript, identify what exhibit we're looking at right now, please.
Yes, this is MEP-26 Paren S, and there are a number of, it's a long answer, there are a number of charts attached, and after the charts, there is what's been described as an aerial photograph on an October day. On the upper left-hand, it's not, the page isn't individually marked, but on the upper left-hand corner, it says climate.
It's smart cities.
Smart
Boston
cities.
Metro Mayor's region.
Climate
And
smart
Mr.
cities, okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this we actually refer to this figure in our text response as MEP 26S1. I don't know, I didn't get labeled as such in the submission, but that is how when you see that reference in our narrative response, this is the figure that we're referring to, or the map.
I'm just
being
going to put,
shared on the screen presently.
okay, so MEP-26-S, S in parentheses, 1 in parentheses. Okay, I'm just going to put that on my version. Could I ask you, this would make it clear, could I ask you to supplement your answer, and in your supplemental answer, just mark this exhibit as MEP-26 (S)(1)?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that would be very helpful, and it'd be because your testimony is very clear, but I'll be writing this up 2 months from now, and it won't be as fresh in my mind. But okay, so tell me where on the map the project will be located.
And Mr. Shea, if I may, when we resubmit that, we'd be happy to overlay the project site onto that exhibit so that it's clear where the project site is for the record.
That would be enormously helpful. That would be very, help clarify the record a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And so right now, as we're sharing our screen, we are showing everybody the location of the project. Can you see the cursor that's moving around? I will describe it. So it would be to the east of Little Tree Lane, which is the residential cul-de-sac, which is to our east, or to the west of that location. And we are to the east of the existing transmission corridor and to the north of the existing Eversource Medway substation. So we are in an area that, go ahead, excuse me.
It looks like there's a road there near, what's the name of that road that's close to the project?
Milford?
That is route, yes, thank you. That is Route 109 to the north. So that serves as our northern border to our project site.
So, you testified to this. So in a day of 113 degrees, which would be certainly unusual, but perhaps not impossible, then the air coming out of the project could be as high as 60 degrees centigrade or 140 degrees Fahrenheit.
And that would be for a 2-hour period.
Right, for a 2-hour period.
So if if they took the photo at a different time, it may not have the same type of heat stamps.
Okay. One of my concerns, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Let's say, there are houses across 109 from your project, and if the project is giving off heat at 60 degrees centigrade, it's very unlikely people will be outside in that weather. They'd be inside air conditioned. But what would be the effect on a motor vehicle? How hot would the motor vehicle get? I'm imagining someone coming out later and touching their motor vehicle and getting burned.
I guess what I would like to do is point you over to the area that you had mentioned previously at the intersection of Route 109 and Route 126, which we'll point to at this point in time. And so you can see that heat signature from all of that parking lot. And as I explained, when the facility is actually charging or discharging, it would have the higher heat signature, if you will. Other times it will not have the same heat signature, whereas pavement and rooftops will have the same heat signature all day long as the sun is shining on them. So again, those areas would be 140 degrees potentially. And so again, I can't speak to exactly what the heat effects would be on a vehicle passing through the area. At that particular point in time, it depends on the amount of exposure. Similar to if you go to the mall and you park your car on a hot summer day in the middle of the pavement, and when you come back to the car, it's hot inside, and that's a result of the heat coming off the pavement. Again, it dissipates quickly, and as the sun goes down, or you're parked in shade, it's different. So I don't know if that helps with your hypothetical, but I think that just illustrates the point that vegetation in a suburban environment like this, vegetation, wetlands, water bodies tend to provide cooling effects immediately in the area.
That's, yes, your illustration and your testimony is very articulate on that point. I'm just worrying about a more narrow set of circumstances, that is the cars in driveways that are parked across Route 109 from the project. I'm wondering if they could get very hot during a hot day where the project is emitting heat, and therefore the cars could get so hot that to touch them might cause a burn.
Sure, I understand your hypothetical, and I point you again back to the area that we've been speaking about at the intersection of Route 126 and Route 109. Perhaps an illustrative example is you can see the heat signature from the pavement, and you can see the adjacent residents in that Little Tree Lane area. They are shaded in yellow at that particular point in time, which means the temperature drops fairly quickly once you get off of those heat signatures, those surfaces, right? So what you're seeing are rooftops and pavement. Again, somewhat similar to our project, although I would like to add that one of the things that our project has been designed with are the Tesla Megapacks have white roofs and they are reflective. So we wouldn't expect that we would have the same exact heat signature that expanses of blacktop or pavement would have, or black rooftops. So to answer your question about the cars and residents, you can see here that on a hot summer day in August of 2017, temperatures approached at or near 140 degrees on the surface in the intersection of Route 109, where there's a lot of pavement and buildings that have black rooftops. At that exact same time as it was showing off that heat signature, immediately off of those sites, away from those surfaces, you can see the immediate cooling effects of the vegetation and trees, whether they're in yards or around the area, cools down that air fairly quickly and lowers temperatures, indicative of the yellow color.
I see. That's very helpful. Can I just, because you obviously spent a lot of time putting together these charts. Can I just ask you?
It's 2:45 p.m.
That's my Siri answer. Talk to me. Let's see. Can I just go through the charts? You went through ESS SOC, the first chart. The second chart says for ambient inlet temperature of 25 degrees centigrade. The following graph shows the heat rejection results for the Megapack as measured in watts. Tell me about heat rejection. What exactly does that mean?
The heat rejection is part of the temperature management system in the Megapacks. And this is creating a stable sort of temperature environment for the Megapacks, or the batteries within the Megapack.
I see.
That's what they mean by heat rejection. So it's exhausting that, that temperature or that heat from the BESS.
I see, and I see that the peak seems to be, well, first of all, tell me what 25 degrees centigrade is, what, about 80 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, 77
degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Okay, so 25 centigrade is 77 Fahrenheit. And so the peak of the heat rejection seems to come at between 5 and 6 hours. Am I reading that correctly?
That's if it was modeled against that hypothetical that was provided by Mr. Myers.
These charts show continuous operation. As we've discussed earlier, this project wouldn't have continuous operation, it would cycle. So the information that you need to consider in this instance is the 0 to 4 hour portions of these charts.
I see. So you're saying that the chart reflects not what would actually happen, but more or less the hypothetical that was in the question.
That's right.
Okay, so you discharge, not you, I'm sorry, the project discharges for a period of about 2 hours. So in the way this works, you wouldn't get to a period of 5 or 6 hours of constant heat rejection, would you?
Right, no.
Okay, that's very helpful. Now, the next two charts say, in the next page, say additionally, the outlet air temperature and mass flow rate are shown.
I'm sorry, Bob, could you say that again? I missed a word. Additionally.
Sure. Additionally, the outlet air temperature and mass flow rate are shown below as measured at the outlet radiator temperature sensors. PE stands for power electronics. So I can understand what an outlet air temperature is, but what's the mass flow rate?
That's the volume of air that would be exiting the exhaust.
Okay, and we have two separate
per second.
Oh, thank you. And we have two separate charts. The top is the air mass flow rate, and the bottom is the outlet air temperature. Is that
Right, so
correct?
the top, that's correct. The top chart provides the volume of air that would be coming out of the exhaust air, and the bottom chart provides what the temperature of that air would be over time, what that the temperature of what that volume of air would be.
And so that's at 25 degrees Celsius, which is roughly 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Then there aren't a lot of peaks, but the principal peak comes just before 10 hours, where it appears to be 45 degrees Celsius. First of all, what is 45 degrees Celsius? What does that convert to in Fahrenheit?
113.
I'm sorry?
113.
I think so. In a 170, I'm sorry, in a 77 degree Fahrenheit day, it's possible for a brief time for the project to discharge air that would be 113 degrees of heat.
Yeah, for a short period of time. Yes.
And then there's a bit of a plateau in the blue line. There's a bit of a plateau there between about 5 hours and 8 hours. And do you have an idea of what that of what that temperature is? It's something like 42 degrees Celsius.
Wait a second. It's something like what degrees?
Is it something like 42 degrees Celsius?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you, is this chart like the other charts you discussed, in that it responds to the hypothetical, but in actual, the way things work?
Yes,
These are, I think you understand my question, but I'm just going to finish it. With the 2-hour discharge period, you'd never get to a point of 4 or 10 hours of discharge, would you?
that's correct.
So
I suppose what it could show is that it's a stable temperature for that number of hours, but we wouldn't do it for that many hours. It wouldn't occur.
Okay. So, in your opinion, what is the potential? What kind of potential is there in reality, the way things work with the 2-hour discharge and 2-hour charge, for the project to produce a temperature of 113 degrees and air, to produce air that's heated to 113 degrees?
Well, as shown on the chart, there is a potential, but it's only for a short period of time at the end of the cycle, potentially. Or I'm sorry, at the height of the cycle.
And to Mark's point, a heat island would be more affected by absorbed heat, such as a parking lot or a building, whereas this is a very short addition of heat throughout a 24-hour day.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Now then, let's see what the next chart tells us. It says for ambient / inlet temperature of 45 degrees Celsius, the following graph shows the heat rejection results for the megapack 2 hour. All right, so tell me what this chart tells us.
This is the same chart as earlier, only at the 113 degree day.
Okay.
And it's again the watts against time, number of hours.
It's you say it's the watts as a measure of energy.
Yes. It's the same graph as we've gone over earlier, only with a higher ambient temperature of 45 degrees C or 113 degrees Fahrenheit.
This has all been very helpful. I appreciate it. I think that I don't know if you were present at the public comment hearing, but I believe at the public comment hearing, some people said, you know, why locate an energy storage system in a rural area? Because it's so nice, you know, it doesn't really fit here. Based upon what you've told me in this cross-examination, I'd like you to tell me what are the benefits of putting the best system in a rural area?
Yeah, if you refer to our supplemental response narrative to MEP 26S.
I'm sorry, Mark, but Mr. Bergeron, could you start again? I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, if you'll refer to our narrative provided with our response to MEP 26S, what we've done is outlined the causes of heat islands. And I'll just go through them quickly. So the benefits of locating this type of project in a rural or suburban environment where there's lots of adjacent land uses around that are forested, is that trees and vegetation and water bodies tend to cool the air by providing shade, transpiring water from plants and leaves, and evaporating surface water. So whereas hard, dry surfaces in urban areas such as roofs and sidewalks, roads, buildings, and parking lots provide less shade and moisture than natural landscapes, and thus the natural vegetative communities contribute to lower temperatures or moderating temperatures, whereas this type of project in an urban environment would exacerbate an already developed environment that contributes to higher temperatures. In addition, by locating this project in a rural or suburban environment, you don't have the same type of urban geometry that would exist in the city. And so urban geometry is the dimensions and spacings of buildings within the city tend to influence wind flow, and the urban materials, again, absorb and release solar energy later in the day. So this is why you get more of a heat sink in urban environments, because of the geometry. You've cut down on airflow, versus if you're in a suburban or rural area, you've got natural airflow, and that can cool the areas, resulting in a quick dissipation of any heat exhausted from a project, or even moderate temperatures off of pavement or other surfaces in the area, as shown in the exhibits.
Okay, well,
I think
that answers my questions on air. Thank you very much.
Mr. Shea,
You're
if I
welcome.
may.
Mr. Yerkes, Dr. Yerkes.
Paul Yerkes. I have listened to this very carefully, and if the impact on the property owners in the most close proximity to the proposed facility, the way it is laid out now on Milford Street, which is also Route 109, could be minimized by reconfiguring the site, the location of the 100+ units, by moving them away from Route 109, which means it's moving them away from those homes directly across the street. I just wanted to make that point.
Well, then let me ask the question. Can the facility be moved farther from Route 109?
We do not expect heat impacts with the people on Milford Street, and the facility cannot be moved farther from 109.
I'd also like to add, for perspective, the project's been designed and sited on this project site to take advantage of already developed areas. Areas such as the auto repair facility that has a large parking lot, has rooftop. The existing residents have black rooftops. So in essence, the project has been designed to take advantage of these developed areas and to maximize the use of these areas to leave vegetated buffers on this site adjacent to the wetlands. So in that sense, this project is designed to maximize avoidance to natural resources such as trees and wetlands.
And I would respond that it can be redesigned, and the company, the applicant, could plant trees and provide a natural buffer and not negatively impact the property owners directly across the street, lessen that impact.
So may I ask if the question is, actually, what is the question that we can respond to?
Yes, Mr. Yorkis, do you have a question that you want to put to the witnesses?
Sure, I would love to. Thank you very much. Has the applicant considered a different configuration to minimize the negative impacts? Well, let me strike the word negative. To minimize the impacts on the abutting property owners directly across the street from the project.
Yes, we have considered many alternatives and designed the site in a way that would minimize any impacts to the adjacent properties.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Yorkis, do you have any follow-up?
Well, I have an opinion, but I don't have a question. So
Okay. Well, you certainly can put in your opinion when you submit your brief.
Yep.
That's the place for argument. And
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's my air question. That's the only environmental questions. Mr. Wong, do you have other environmental questions?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Kaler if he has any cross-examination of these witnesses.
No, Mr. Presiding Officer, I don't.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll ask Mr. Kaplan, do you have any redirect examination of your witnesses on the issues we discussed?
Mr. Shea, I think Dr. Yorkis has noise questions.
I have some noise questions and some environmental questions.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So why don't you proceed with your noise and environmental questions? Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize for not making that clear. With respect to MEP3, the company responded with respect to answer B, that water will be monitored visually by a qualified environmental services company. And my question is, a visual monitoring of water how is that useful as opposed to making sure that the water is not contaminated? I don't know how a person can visually determine, and would appreciate an explanation of how a person can visually determine whether pollutants are in water.
Safety.
Dr. Yorkis, if I may, I think you're referring to, MAP 3 refers to the company's response to EFSB, HW 7 and EFSB, HW 9. And we are happy to answer that question. I think that, Mr. Shea, this is more speaks to during a thermal event and potential safety questions. And I think we're going to be getting into those later on, and we'd be happy to answer that question at that time, rather than out of context at this time. But I'm happy to answer right now if you want me to answer right now.
I think you should answer the question.
I'm
We'll
okay.
answer the question, Dr. Yorkis.
So
Let's let Dr. Yorkis speak. Dr. Yorkis, what do you have to say?
It's fine with me if they want to defer responding to a later time. I don't know if I truly don't know if this is an environmental question. I have a question regarding MEP 12 and the response to that. I don't know if this is the right time to ask that question.
this is in regards to the bond. Wait.
Decommissioning. Is there any impediment to answering Mr. Yorkis' question now? Ask the witnesses.
Well, I don't know what the question is, but I don't think so.
Okay, well, why don't you take a look, MEP 12, you might as well
I'm
read
there.
it. Yeah, okay. Mr. Yorkis, do you want to ask the question about MEP 12?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm trying to determine if how the company arrived at the figure quoted for the bond, and whether or not there was a consultant retained to identify what an appropriate bond amount should be.
We had an agreed upon amount within the HCA, which you're referring to. There was no consultant.
We don't know if the town hired a consultant.
We don't know if the town hired a consultant. They may have. And we arrived at that number through a negotiation with the town.
And my question would be, through those negotiations, what assurance is there that that bond amount is an appropriate amount for decommissioning the facility should the project be approved?
The assurance we have is also within the HCA, where we have a mechanism where the town would hire a third-party engineer to examine the decommissioning costs of the project within, I think, the first 10 years of the project, where the amount could be reestablished.
And what would be the mechanism for reestablishing a new bond figure, either up or down? I'm asking the
It would
question.
never be less than 15 million.
If a consultant were to be retained and it came in at 50 million, what happens?
In our experience, we wouldn't expect a number to be greater than the one posted in the HCA.
But no consultant, you indicated that you did not use a consultant to arrive at this number. This number was developed through negotiations between the town of Medway and your firm. And it's a theoretical number through negotiations, not based upon experience, or is it based upon experience?
It's based on the company's experience, yes.
Could you share what the company's experience has been in decommissioning facilities?
We have not decommissioned a facility, but we have posted bonds in other AHJs.
And has the company used a consultant in those other facility decommissioning for those other facilities and developing a number for decommissioning?
So I know I enjoy the conversations with Dr. Yorkis. I'm wondering if, I don't think whether the company hired a consultant is relevant to the case. I think if Dr. Yorkis is wondering where the number came from, I believe the testimony is that the number came from negotiations with the town. We don't know whether they hired a consultant or not. And those negotiations were with the company that does have experience in providing bonds for decommissioning. And so if Dr. Yorkis is asking whether the company hired a consultant relevant to the other cases, I'm not sure how that's relevant to this case.
Dr. Yerkes, what do you have to say?
What I will, it's my understanding on Monday, we'll be interacting with representatives, at least one representative from the town of Medway. And I would like to raise this question again on Monday, both to the applicant and the town of Medway, to see if we can learn more about this.
And when you say this, it's basically how the bond numbers were arrived at.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So on Monday, we may explore this issue in further.
With respect, may I go on to the sound question?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. The question that I have relates to the study that was done. And I am not a sound engineer and I'm not a scientist, so I will lay it out as best I can. I live in the area, and my home is above the location of the proposed site. And I know there's been a proposal to build a sound attenuation wall. But from the calculations that I have done, and again, I am not a surveyor, my home is above the height of that wall. And so what I am trying to determine is how others in the area will be, how sound will be minimized to affect neighbors in the area.
Sure. So the sound study that was performed included terrain.
I'm sorry, who's talking?
Oh, excuse me, Ryan Callahan.
Thank you. So,
The
yes.
sa- The sound study that was performed included terrain of the project site and the surrounding area. That takes into account the differences in elevations. So when we did our modeling predictions, those differences in elevations are accounted for.
What does that mean? What does that mean in terms of right now, I don't listen to 101 fans from Megapacks right now. Are you indicating that I will not be hearing fans from 101 Megapack?
Don't know where your specific address is, but the sound assessment evaluated locations immediately abutting the project, and at locations further away than what we've evaluated, the sound levels would be lower.
Well, I know if I have understood the discussion correctly, that there, and perhaps Mr. Kaplan can confirm this for me, I think there has been an agreement to do a post-construction sound study. Is that correct?
That is correct, Dr. Yorkis.
So that if there is if the project is approved and there is a post-construction sound study done by Mr. Callahan's firm or whomever they hire, and it turns out that there is a sound attenuation issue, how does that get resolved?
Well, that would be a function of the town at the town level. So that would be coordinated with.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Right. Yeah, it's at the town level. Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't. So that if the study reveals that the sound from the proposed site is greater than the town of Medway's sound bylaw and/or exceeds the Commonwealth of Massachusetts sound regulations, what happened?
So the project is required to comply with the Mass DEP noise policy. So if it did not comply, it would be required to alter its operation so that it did.
What about the town of Medway's sound bylaw?
The town of Medway sound bylaw does not have quantitative sound level limits that apply to the project.
Okay. So going back to the state regulations, if the project exceeds those regulations, what happens?
The project implements changes that result in compliance.
At whose expense?
The company's expense.
at the company's expense?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, who was just speaking?
It's Justin Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, Mr. Yurkis, do you have further questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Wong, do you have any further questions?
I think I do. But I'd like to. They're not strictly related to environmental impacts, so I might hold off if you wanted to proceed with you were starting to proceed with some redirect inquiry directed at the company. If you wanted to do that, I'd be fine with that too.
That might make sense. It might make sense for the just, offer the company an opportunity for redirect on these environmental questions, on all the questions we've had this morning, today. So let me ask Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Kaplan, do you have any redirect for your witnesses?
Do not at this time. I would like to reserve our right to redirect in the event we come up with something, but at this point, I don't have any redirect for the witnesses.
Okay. Ms. Foster Evans, you're muted. Yeah, there we go.
I do have a general question, or a series of general questions, and I'm going to just pull them up on my screen. 1 second. So this may be clear in the record, but I am going to try to clarify a couple pieces in the record as to what the company is requesting. In general, vis-a-vis the Eversource construction. So Mike Kaler may want to come back on screen here as I'm asking these questions. There he is. Okay. So I'm going to walk through the pieces of the project and and bear with me. I'm sorry if this is already somewhere in the record, but I want to be crystal clear on what Medway Grid is requesting. So obviously, the project includes the battery energy storage system and the project substation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Also, it is my understanding that Medway Grid is building the interconnection underground line that will go from the project substation over to Eversource's substation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we would bring it to a 3-pole riser structure just outside of the West Medway substation fence line.
Okay. In the petition, the company, Medway Grid, when I say the company, we oftentimes use the company to refer to Eversource. Let me try to be more specific. Medway Grid has indicated that Eversource will need to make certain upgrades to its substation, and those upgrades will be built within the fence line of the existing substation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is the company requesting any kind of zoning exemption for the work that Eversource is going to perform?
We have included their scope of work for the interconnection within our 40A filing as part of our zoning, comprehensive zoning exemption.
So my understanding was the request for zoning exemption by Eversource may have changed during our review of the project. Does anybody have any information about that? Or I understand that Eversource has not provided a witness, and that perhaps this question needs to be answered in a record request. But I would like to.
Yes. So thank you, Ms. Evans. I think a record request would be good because I can answer the question, but I don't want to testify. So,
that is my understanding, and that's my understanding. Mr. Kaler probably also does not wish to testify. So perhaps the way to approach this is me to ask a question or two that Medway Grid can confer with Eversource and provide us a response in a record request. Would that be acceptable?
That would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so what, again, I am trying to confirm whether or not Medway Grid is asking for a zoning exemption for Eversource's work at its substation. My understanding was that I believe that had changed over the course of our review of this project, but I just want to confirm what is being requested from the siting board.
Okay.
I have a related question, and this is a little, well, maybe not as related, but the existing Eversource substation and the line 325, which is going to have some work to accommodate Medway Grid's project. Were those ever approved by the siting board? I believe they're very old assets and they may not have been approved by the siting board, but I'm curious to know whether or not they were ever approved by the siting board. They may predate the siting council, from what I can tell. But that would be my second half of my question. And I'm sure Medway Grid will need to consult with Eversource on this. But that is my two-piece record request, please.
Okay, that would be record request RR-EFSB-4. Does anyone have any questions on the exact nature of what's being requested?
So I did understand RR-EFSB 4A. I'm not exactly clear on, 4B was
325.
yeah, the 325. Okay, got it.
325 line in the substation, the Eversource's substation and 325 line, which Eversource will be performing work on to accommodate Medway Grid's project. Whether they ever were approved by the siting board, siting council, or possibly predate the siting board or siting council.
Thank you.
Ms. Foster Evans, if I may, I might be able to add in the context of responding, coordinating with Medway Grid and providing the coordinated response to that record request. I do expect that Eversource will have information because in Medway Grid's initial petition sections 3.4, where they describe the proposed Eversource facilities, there is reference to work on line 325 and work related to line 389. And I do anticipate that we'll have some information to share on those points as part of that record request, if that helps.
That would be helpful. It'd be nice just to ask Eversource directly. However, I understand Eversource does not have a witness. So to the extent that Eversource and Medway Grid can coordinate on that answer to that record request, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
We will do so. Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you.
Let me go off the record for a second. We've asked a lot of questions. I don't believe there's any redirect.
Sorry, Bob, did you already give that a record request number or did I just miss it?
It's RR-EFSB-4. You got that, Alan, didn't you?
I did indeed. You will see it on your screen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I missed it. I was trying to formulate my questions. Thank you.
Dr. Brock misses nothing.
Boy, this doctor thing is going to get really out of control.
Award winning.
I'm just wondering.
Right, award winning.
We're off the record. I'm wondering if there's any reason we should not end for the day. It's about 3:30. Does anyone want to go on to any other issues? But we seem to have exhausted the issues that we had scheduled for today.
I can tell you that if I objected to ending early, the people here would kill me. So
I'm sorry, who would tell you?
The witnesses.
Could I ask just to gauge what timing we might go to tomorrow. Because I have a set of safety questions, but they're not super extensive. So, Bob, do you have a lot of safety related questions?
I do. I have a reasonable amount of safety related questions.
Okay, and Dr. Yorkis, do you have a lot of safety questions too?
Only a few.
Okay. So probably it wouldn't make sense to just power through and do all of them, because Bob, you indicated you had quite a few. So yeah, that answers my question. And I guess tomorrow we also have other topics like cumulative health impacts. I do think we probably can't finish all of that before 5 if we were to power through. So yeah, sorry, I'm just working that all while I'm speaking, working that all through my head while I'm speaking. Okay, thank you. Your answers help.
I think that I'm curious the opinion of the director of the siting board, what he would like to do.
I have no opinion.
The general counsel, do you have an opinion as to whether we should break for the day?
It seems as if breaking for the day makes a lot of sense. Safety is a whole issue, and we do have a couple of other issues to address tomorrow also.
Okay, so we'll go back on the record. And I'll say there was a discussion off the record, and there seems to be a consensus that it would be an appropriate time to break for the day. And so we will resume virtually tomorrow at 10 a.m. Does anyone, before we adjourn, does anyone have anything to add or any questions? Well, let me just thank you all for being here, and thank you for your questions and your answers. That's very helpful. Thank you. I will see you all at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right.